why would this guy just talk for 5 hours? I don't understand. It calls himself VOD. I don't even know what that is. Video on demand of some kind of a live thing where he just talks to people? How stupid. Anyway, how's everybody doing? I am, you can see I am not attending the No Kings protest because I am a diabetic, and if I get arrested, I will die. Although I probably should go. Instead, I'm choosing to stream here with you guys. We'll have a good time of it, and hopefully I'll check in on all the stuff going on internationally when the stream's over. But yeah, I'm not out there because it is pretty dangerous for me to be out there, and I'd probably do something that I regret. So, so I'm in here kicking it with you guys. We have some excellent features that we can now bake into our Seed Studio Zhao. I don't think, I'm not sure if the Zhao would play nice with the motion sensor, because it's serial, it's super serial, it's serial, and the, what do you call it? Whatchamacallit? Chewy, chocolatey, crunchy Hershey's. Why does that always get in my head? Stupid, the staying power of advertisement in the grand scheme of enshittifying literally everything that we ever touch. But anyway, I don't remember what I was talking about. The accelerometer board, it's what I'm looking for right now. Here it is. The accelerometer board's an IMU unit, which means that it does a lot of those weird little calculating things that we expect from accelerometers, but it speaks I2C, and there is somewhat, I mean, it's very kind of thin code that can affect this thing that you can install as sort of an extra on the thing, but I don't know if the Zhao has enough fast pins for us to incorporate that into everything else. It would be very cool, very, very cool if it did. Be cooler if you did. It would be cool if it did, because then when Willow's jumping around, or I could potentially put like a light up section that always faces down with gravity. So as Willow's jumping around, it would swing around with gravity. And then if this twists on her neck, it will illuminate facing down. So she has like a little flashlight. I thought that would be kind of cool, but we're gonna drop the IMU feature just because it's way easier for us to just have this thing be audio alerted, and that way, if she's playing with another dog in the during the evening, they'll typically like be barking at each other or pawing at stuff, and so if a paw hits this, it'll definitely light up, and we'll just get that audio reactive stuff. Because see, like this. I go, Willow, where are you? See, and then it'll light up and dance. It's so cool. wLED is so awesome. I slept on it for a long time, and now that it's like full featured and sort of built up, there's a lot of really cool stuff that you can do with it. I mean, geez, sewing a light panel onto. Actually, I think some of the packages that came here today are the replacement leash, because this thing is mostly polyester, I think. What does it say? It says medium. This is a medium one. Medium's about the right size for a corgi. But I accidentally poked this thing with a soldering iron at some point. I don't even remember when that was, but I poked it with a soldering iron and it immediately melted it. So that's not good. Hopefully the LEDs will still, shuffle all the way in, but we're gonna button up a bunch of our hardware today, so that'll be cool. If I can pack all this stuff together in the enclosure with an on-off button. Oh, I need to find an on-off button. Hold on, let's get a button out here. A button. Now I'll probably try to reuse this button so that it has the same clicky feel of the little miniature tactile button. Putting the Seed Studio Zhao on a PCB like this would be a cooler way to do it. Once we vet out all the features, if I take this PCB and take some measurements and then basically make the ESP 32C3, just transplant that over to here onto my own custom board with the USB-C connector, that would be the coolest way to do it. because then we could put the IMU and the microphone on this board. This board is smooth on the bottom, and it's got a particular height and width to it, and the width is 1 millimeter shorter than the Zhao. So we've got to selectively, either over on this side, probably over on this side, we need to do a little bit of filing on this board to get it to fit. And then the wiring is going to be kind of unique. I don't know, I might have components underneath. Ergo bleds dog soon. What is that word? Ergo B LEDs. ERG O bleds. I can't do it. I can't do it. What is that word? Your audio is out of sync with the video. No, it's not. Snap, snap, pop, pop, popsicle. That's on you. That's your end. You need to refresh. Because I'm looking at my peaking here. It's a lot, it's a lot, it's a lot of life. That's on. There you go. Yeah, I'm in sync. It's what Zax from Voidstar calls RGB LEDs. Ergo bleds. Crazy. I don't even know, man. The wLED stuff gets us away from the Corsair RGB cycle thing, though, which is amazing. You do all kinds of really cool stuff in sync with audio with these LEDs. We still have to define what the matrix of LEDs is, because I decided to go with 2 rows because it looks cooler and it looks much more dense and interesting, and you can have shapes that travel and stuff. I mean, doing just 1 row of LEDs, like one of the thick ones, this stuff, this would have been fine. I mean, this would look really good, and you can find all kinds of patterns that do really cool things. I just got the stars in my eyes and decided to use this 2.7 millimeter stuff because it's way more dense. Looks perfect for me. Having the 2 strips of equal length going in opposite directions is a very neat effect. Although technically I probably could have done a data line to each of these, and that would, you'd probably get better frame rates, although I don't really think we need super duper frame rates, but then I could define the 2 strips as 2 separate strips. It's not necessary, we could just do it all on 1 pin. We've only got something like 90 LEDs. It's a lot of LEDs for a very small dog. She's not very small, she's a medium. She's a medium dog. I did a little research in the inter-stream time on the features of wLED, and it seems like we are right up our alley here. This stuff is exactly what was meant from some of these user plugins. The user plugins are not, it doesn't seem like the ones we're going to use are pretty fleshed out. It's just the low energy one is sort of getting into some of the deeper features of the microcontrollers, and you can actually easily brick your micro doing that. Oh, we need to start up YouTube chat. Sorry, Madam user, somebody's probably in there right now. Auto find and activate. Okay, nobody found YouTube before I put the chat up. Cool. So which one is... That's the new one. This one's the old one. There we go. Okay, cool. All right, now we've got full chat running. So yeah, let's see here. I don't need that. That was just our rectangle. Puddle Peak. Puddle Peak. Oh, bark. Bark, bark. Woof. Bark. Turn this off. Rain. That would make my dog look very sparkly. Although the rate is kind of busted. I think as audio gets louder, it like slows down with audio. Weird. It's a cool one though, because the LEDs are just kind of like hanging out. Rainbow. Oh, here we go. There's Corsair mode. Rainbow Runner. Audio reactive? I think so. Ripple Peak. Weird. Yeah, these patterns are really good. I'm really happy with all of the different variation and patterns and like what they are capable of and how configurable they are. It does represent a lot of work that I'm going to have to go through in order to sort of get them to look right. This is one of two projects that's going to involve lots of staring at LEDs as things happen. The second one involves the screens, and I want to get OpenGL running on that Raspberry Pi so that I can put milk drop plugins on the thing. You guys may not know milk drop like my generation does. How much power do those take? These are something like 120 milliamps. I don't know. We cut the strip. The full strip took something like 120. The full wLED one that was like a lot of LEDs, that one took like 200 milliamps. These do take quite a bit of power. We've got about 90 LEDs. I don't know what the max of some of them are, but what we're going to do today is we're going to make a fake battery, because the best way for me to measure the current is just simply to turn my power supply, my bench power supply, into a supply of current. Now I could use the fancy current probe that was sent to me many years ago. I like that thing a lot. It works really well. I think it works for DC. And then we could have the oscilloscope tell us exactly how many amps are running. But I don't know how terribly accurate that's going to be in this case. That I like that current probe a lot, but I think it'll be better if we just use our power supply at 4.2 volts and see what kind of a current draws on the thing. And then from there, we can do the low power modes where we go into deep sleep when the power button's pressed. So we've got a little bit of stuff to kind of connect. We've got a couple different features that will play off of each other really well. We've got deep sleep, and then we have the power button, or the button stuff, the butt stuff. Battery was what I was asking. I ran into a challenge with wLEDs and trying to battery power them. The ESP, the reason that we chose this ESP, I mean, an ESP32 is like way over the top, right? We got an ESP8266 running all these patterns perfectly well. This is not a shocking or like high level amount of stuff that needs to go on. The 8266 is perfectly fine with wLED running 90 LEDs. It might slow down a little bit. You might start to run up on your memory issues with this thing, but it is totally capable of running it, and it would be fine for a dog collar. But the deep sleep functions are not as fleshed out on the ESP8266. This probably would have been a little bit less overhead power for running the intelligent stuff, running the microcontroller stuff. This one's probably a little bit more hungry. This has a much lower low power mode. This has a 5 microamp, whereas this one's like 30 or something. So this can go into a deeper sleep. And then from there, we can maybe play with turning off the Wi-Fi and stuff like that, because my dog does not need to log into Wi-Fi. All I need to do is be able to plug into the thing and change the settings. So we're gonna play with that today. We've got to, what I'll have to do is solder like a header on this thing, or solder some wires that'll go to the breadboard, and then that'll be my hookup for the battery, and we'll give it battery with the power supply. And hopefully I don't need to poop in the early stream. I might have to. Let's see if my body has a little bit of mercy in its soul. But yeah, we'll set that up on with the right angle headers that I've got sitting here. There we go. Perfect. And I think when it's running the LEDs, I think we've got something like, well, the previous version using the wider spread using these LEDs, this one would run for about 4 hours before it needs a recharge. We're adding a lot of LEDs to this though, so I don't think we're gonna it'll be very nice if we got 4 hours of runtime. We're gonna also have to do a low power sleep. When it gets into low power, it'll need to turn off the LEDs and go to sleep. So we're gonna need a MOSFET in the path. We'll have to choose a MOSFET that we can use here, and it has to be one that I have on hand because I'm not gonna go get a new MOSFET. We need a MOSFET that's capable of something like, you know, 0.5 amp without heating up. Get the transistors bin. I think we've got a couple FETs in here. I need to like look all the FETs up in this because that's all we're going to be doing if we're looking for the proper switch for this thing. I think, you know what, are these things, I know I've got the motor switches in here and those are FETs, but I think the transistors, they might be just transistors, which means I don't think they're as triggerable. What's this one? This one might be a FET. I got 3 of these little adapters that, well, actually, I've got a whole bin full of these adapters. These, oh, this one's a 3904. Okay, put that down there. I got a bunch of these little transistor adapter boards. It's like a breakout for a surface mount transistor. They're really actually quite good to have around. Where did I put them all? I got a big bin, and it's filled with big bin stuff. And I have a mighty need. A mighty need. Of course, I have to secure music if I get to do that. Where did they end up? I ended up over here. No, they didn't. Where did they go? What the devil? Okay, they're not there. Looking for little adapters. How'd the glasses work out? So there's a little problem with them that I can't really address. Maybe I can do some redesigns on this thing and do some more printing. They work. I haven't taken them to the range yet. But right now, I mean, these are just safety glasses, right? They're thick polycarbonate, and I got laser-proof lenses for them for way too much money, but you can see here that the glasses insert is bent. Those look wicked. They actually fit my fit because of my giant nose. We 3D scanned my stupid looking body and put that into Fusion 360, and I was able to widen the bridge piece and fit these exactly where they're supposed to go. And the reason that's good is because then I get that little tiny bit of protection right there on the corner. Holy crap. Yeah, it's pretty cool. These are printed with partially clear plastic, which is probably not good if I'm actually trying to keep lasers from getting into my eyes. But if we're working on Burn the Subs, I can wear these. I don't particularly think I look cool. It looks like I should be taking a selfie in a truck and then putting racist stuff on like Facebook if I'm wearing these. But they do protect my eyes and wrap around. There is one issue though, and that's that the glasses are slightly bent, which changes the pupillary distance. So with the glasses ever so slightly bent like they are, it's not actually that effective. And my solution for that, I think, would be to move the little part that mounts the glasses back a little bit without moving anything else. Just move the part that the glasses clip to back just a little bit. The problem is my eyelashes are just barely touching these lenses, so I think I'm SOL. But if I could unbend that bend just a little bit, that would solve the problem. Just that. So maybe I need to get the heat gun out and just put the heat gun on this whole thing and just give it just a little bit of a tweak, and maybe it'll hold out. But if I do that, then it doesn't grip the sides of my face as well. Because right now, this is just barely like it. See, that just comes off. So overall, the project was pretty much a success because my face fits in here now. This is a problem of the original hardware, is that it needs to be bent a little bit. I have to go use the bathroom. I have to go use the bathroom. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna put up a BRB and we'll do a new chill mix, just so I know there's enough audio. But this is one that I've played like 1,000 times, so. It was a really cool project, and I managed to actually make something that looked like a real thing and snapped into a real project. So I'm pretty happy with how that turned out. I really need to go to the bathroom, but I really need to give you guys some kind of a thing here to look at. Let's see. Aurora's pretty samey. lens is okay. It doesn't really look great on the camera. We need something that's like sparkly. It was what was that one called? It was called some weird name. Fairywinkle? That looks exactly the same as the previous one. Frequency wave. Yeah, frequency wave is an interesting one, but not quite. Let's see. Matripix. Yeah, so that's just gonna leave the little matrix guys running around. We'll leave that for now. All right, so let's hit play on that. My body decides that once I start working on a project, it's time to like do all the biological functions, and so I'm left having to prepare in a very unique way. So I'm gonna BRB. Frameless, where's frameless BRB? Or no, that's in overlays, so I need to go to, oh geez. This is why we put these things on very quick to hit buttons. Let's hit up the, where's BRB? BRB is this one and this one. Why is that off screen? Wait a minute. Okay, I'll be right back. All right, back. What happened while I was gone? Did a bunch of stuff happen? What in the world? Why is this laggy? Oh, probably because it doesn't like studio mode. It doesn't like getting the feed from two cameras at once. Yeah, it's not laggy here. It's just OBS is being weird. I really need to restart this computer. I think after today's stream, I'm gonna have to restart this thing, and it'll apply some such Windows update enabling all kinds of settings that I disabled. Drip feeding me advertisements from the internet, which is not something an OS really should do. Really shouldn't. That maybe people should have drawn the line there. I don't know. I feel like the only way Microsoft would pull back on that stuff, yeah, have some more LLMs. We've put AI in this. Can we like legislate advertisements in OSs? Can we do something about it? Can Europe maybe do something about that? And then we'll have to listen over here. It's getting bad. Mom, Dad, pick me up. It's gotten bad. Where's the red wire that we had out? I had a little section of red wire that we can use here. It's somewhere out. You don't see it. It's probably on the floor. It probably made its way to the floor storage area. I don't see it on floor storage. Double check some corners, nooks and crannies. There's some like wires that I would probably be looking for. Okay, so it's not, I didn't make it to the floor storage area. It might have made it to my lap storage area and then been transferred to the floor storage area elsewhere. It's always a possibility. Oh, this is that schizophrenic song. Man, I gotta find some new mixes, you guys. The floor is the largest shelf in the room. Ah, it's very true. We're at the season where the other people in the house who are upstairs are doing upstairs people things like, there it is, like turning on the heat because it's cool out. It's cool enough for the heat. But then they do stuff like opening the sliding door and leaving it open, which then introduces a bunch of cold air and it makes the heater work harder. And I'm sitting down here in an insulated room with a bunch of registers that I've closed, sweltering. I'm sweating my butt up. I've started to break a sweat because of the heat in this room. I'm gonna open my window. That's why I built the thing with the giant 200mm Noctua fans, was to put them in this window so that I could actually have some control over the temperature, because the rest of the house is out of control and I end up on this crazy train, this runaway crazy train of temperatures. Because this room is completely stable. Maybe that'll introduce just a little bit of cool air that we can use. And then as the day goes on, it's going to get cold. It's going to become like frosty air coming into the shop. Probably see it on thermals. Yeah. Yeah, see, look at that. Look at all that cold air. Freezing. Just spilling into the room. You can almost see it flowing. Can't really see it flowing, but that stuff over there is getting cool. Where's that little hot spot? It must be a piece of metal. Yeah, the thermal imaging is so awesome. It does a lot of really cool stuff. It's a lepton, though thermal imaging has been cracked by China, so you can buy quality thermal imaging devices from China now, and you can get much better resolution than what we have. Ours is like 640 by 480 or something like that. You can get full 1080p thermals now from China if you spend just a little bit more than I think you'd want to, but it's much cheaper than what I spent on this. When I was training for the work, the lad had multiple high-resolution FLIR cameras, very jealous. Yeah, those are really, in industry, those are really expensive. But the China ones are now like much cheaper. FLIR sells the thing that goes onto the bottom of your phone and turns that into a thermal imager. It's like, why don't I have this? It's like this big. It can fit in, like, you can put it in a little glasses bag and put it in your tools, because if you are troubleshooting something, seeing where all the heat is coming from is like huge. It's actually kind of amazing. We have had times here where I've had my alligator clips have touched each other and you could suddenly see the power wires going all the way back. Man, I haven't been here in a while, I guess. Welcome, Chester Willard. Thank you for the drum roll. 55 months. Oh my God, 55 months. That is a lot of months. Thank you for subbing. I appreciate that very much. We will do something with subs eventually. I will indeed. This LED stuff, while it's a bit of a distraction right now, this is kind of rounding around and being relevant for Burn the Subs. We can do more visual stuff in here with wLED. wLED had just the right feature set that I could put it into my dog's light up nighttime dog collar and make really, really cool visuals that are responsive to audio. So today, we have an unenviable task ahead of us today. It's not going to be the exciting LED stuff because we got that working. And we did that last stream. It took us a while to find a substrate to put it on. And all things project nowadays seem to default to 3D printing. We just printed up a little plastic square that we could stick the LED rope to. These are 2.7 millimeter wide, and it just goes down and back. So in the software, we can define exactly what we want these to do and how the strips are laid out together. But we don't need to do that right now. What I need to do is get this thing running on a battery. Once I do that, I think we are feature full and we can put everything into the dog collar. And then we can make a single tap, change modes, and then a long press will put it to sleep and turn off all the LEDs. But for all that to work, we need to figure out how much current we're using. So we're going to put power wires onto the breadboard and hook my power supply, my benchtop power supply, up to this thing so that we know how much overall current this thing is going to be using when it thinks it's on batteries. Bada bing, bada boom. I'm walking here. That's basically the whole project, right? I cut off the features. I would love to have like an accelerometer running on it, but I think that's going to be just that little bit of extra power, but it's also going to be that little bit of extra work that could potentially sink the whole project. So we're plowing through getting it done. Oh man, my brain don't work no good no more. That's not, we got the usual number of people here. How's everybody doing? Let's see, there's YouTube going. Mainly for archival purposes. Yeah, I guess I might as well just get started. Look at this as I jabber on. The LEDs are responding to my talking. What's a good one? I want to find the one that I did before. Plasmoid, I think was it. It was like not a real thing. Yeah. Plasmoid's okay. It's not great. It's funny. It's not. The hues aren't really that separated. What do we have? We've got the phase, and then we have the number of pixels. Yeah, with more pixels, I guess you get more sparkly stuff. Jealous of the IR camera, would love to film 3D prints with one. I can tell you right now, it's not that exciting. I've tried it. It looks kind of cool. Like if you get in close, you can see the filament going down and then drying or cooling to where it, it'll solidify. Everything is held at sort of the samey temperature. Like the bed is just one single temperature. And then the nozzle is another single temperature that's going to be like a different color because it's hotter. And then the filament coming out is going to be mostly the same color, except for right up at the nozzle where it starts at the nozzle color and then goes to the kind of samey color that you get from everything else. It's not exciting. It's not that exciting. Seeing it go around like corners and stuff is cool if you can get like a thermal macro out of the thing. And I would love to be able to make a thermal macro camera to go along with the microscope, because that would be really interesting looking. When soldering and stuff like that, we could get into the stuff, but I haven't been able to really figure out what the optics on that are yet. And then the optics are probably going to be too expensive. There's one video where they made a thermal macro setup that I think NanoCat linked in the Discord a long time ago, and I now follow that channel, that I might be able to look to for some recommendations on thermal optics that'll get us a close-up shot, but I don't know if I'll get the insane standoff that I get from the Nikon lens, the 1855 lens. which is apparently not that great. People don't really like this lens, but it lends to my microscope really well. One of the oldest projects that we had here was me going into this Nikon lens and trying to take it over digitally. And I think nothing has changed, but I think we probably could get into this thing digitally and make it do stuff, because focus control remotely so that it's not shaking all over the place when I change the focus on it would be nice. That would be nice to implement, and I could even do it so that the Stream Deck is what I'm using to focus it. I don't have to build like a deck of my own. I could make this an Internet of Things thing, put it on the MQTT, and then I could hit it with HTTP requests. Yeah, there's also built into this a little bit of image stabilization. I don't know when I'd be able to detect when to turn that on, but it is a sometimes feature for that camera. My old DSLR, I don't even remember what I have, some kind of Nikon that had one of these lenses. And I don't think stabilization could run for the full like use length of the microscope, HTTP everywhere. What I use here are a lot of Tasmota enabled devices, which is a way to reflash your Internet of Things to not be Internet of Things so they don't phone home. So I control all of the devices around here, and I do that using the Stream Deck as a control. It goes through Node-RED, which is running on my file server, and then it goes out to either MQTT or the Tasmota devices. Those are being brokered by another virtual machine on my server that is running Mosquito MQTT. So that brokers all the messages all around. I've got a collection of devices. It's not that many, but Burn the Subs is going to be one of them. The big laser engraving table on my wall is going to be an Internet of Things device, because we will take from the Twitch API the subscriber's name, check for expletives, vet out some minor things, but then it's going to throw that name over to Burn the Subs, and maybe it might delay it a little bit just so that I can put the Bosch on a name that I don't want to burn up there, something that isn't profane. Somebody registered a Twitch account with my real name and subbed it here, and it's like, why'd you do that? I had to put the Bosch on it, and I had to sand it off of the board. Yeah. Anyway, so things like that, jokes that are in very poor taste, I will put the Bosch on. And then if I can control that in Node-RED, I'll at least have the emergency oh shit button where I can cancel a name. Then I don't have to sand it physically and pull it out of the database. But anyway, so vet the names and then throw them over to this thing. And then this will determine where it's located and put a database entry in it. It might be better if I stored that stuff on a desktop instead of on the SD card, but oh well. The database does tend to bloat by the end of it, but I think the names overall are going to be larger. We're not going to fit 6,000 names on this one. What up, 3D Printer Shack? Yeah, a little 3D print does really well. I mean, this is great. It is just the right amount of flexibility that I need out of the dog collar. Just a 0.6 millimeter, 2-layer thick piece of PETG that I can mount everything to. And then this will get shrink wrapped so that it's waterproof, and so it slides through this thing, because the little fibers are going to catch on all the square LED edges. This is an audio dependent lighting thing. They're like, is that going to scare your dog? I'm like, I don't, my dog isn't afraid of lights. I don't think it will. Hue dependent. Now we're blue. Actually, that's not very blue. This should be completely, oh no, I think it chooses its own colors. I don't know from what. I don't know what it's drawing from. Default. Oh, we had a color palette going, that's why. I guess it was taking it from the color palette. Now I can actually change the hue. Neat stuff. And then when you make your presets, you can pull in these things, and then you can change like the behavior of it, like per time or whatever. Pretty cool. What we're going to be playing with today is getting this thing to run on its own, on a battery. But in order to do that, we need to put it into a deep sleep It needs to be able to sleep. So we should maybe get started. We've got our task ahead of us. Oh my God, it's already been an hour. Wow. Okay, let me just click stop streaming. No, let me get the music out of here. Who added me? Who's adding me, bro? Don't add me. No, hold on, I gotta address this. Yes, my friend seems to have keyed into why I'm doing this, when I'm doing this. The happy accident of this whole thing was that we just did a bunch of stuff with wLED, so I knew what wLED was capable of, and then it's been getting darker because we are getting into fall. Full force fall is in effect. We've now got cool days that we used to feel in September, but now we're feeling them here in October. That's a little bit worrisome, but also it's nice that it's actually like sweatshirt weather now. And so the sun is going down a little earlier in the evenings. The sun's going down a little earlier in the evenings, and so I've been taking my dog on walks in the twilight. And as such, we are on a pretty busy intersection where people kind of whip around a corner, ignoring a stop sign. So I want my dog to be extremely visible. So I was like, well, wLED seems like just the right thing. Here, let's start soon out of here. Let's get the music out of here. wLED seemed like just the right thing. Indeed it is. We've sort of fleshed out the prototype of what the collar is going to look like. The previous one just had like really spaced out white LEDs, which is great for visibility, but better yet, we can have cool audio responsive LED patterns. We are ditching the accelerometer because I think as in terms of digital workload, it's going to be a little bit much. We'll still see. Yeah, and there happens to be a bunch of drama. Now, I'm not allowed to speak wise about other streamers, because if I do, my channel gets nuked from orbit. They will nuke my channel from orbit and laugh while they do it if I talk wise on any other streamer. Those are the rules of Twitch. Those streamers happen to build their careers on talking wise about each other, and they're all garbage. You should not watch the popular streamers. So I have done my quote-unquote research to be sort of abreast of the topic. I know what was going on. I don't particularly disagree with shock collars. And I know they're illegal in Finland, and they can constitute dog abuse. I don't think anybody should be out here using the shock feature. I just think that as a training tool for a dog that is very difficult to train, or a dog that might, in an untrained situation, be in mortal peril, and you need to get that dog's attention, right? Dogs get into all kinds of crap, especially, bigger and more belligerent dogs. There are 10,000 features on those things before you get to the shock. So the only time I would see myself ever even remotely using the shock is, one, as a joke to shock myself, or two, if the dog is in mortal peril, running after something that'll kill them, and I need to get their attention above all else. Dogs get the blinders on. The use of it on that stream was terrible, and the attitude going into it was worrisome, and I hated what I saw there. Getting perturbed if a dog gets up from their bed is not healthy. That's not dog ownership. You have transcended it into something cruel and terrible. Those are my opinions as a dog owner. I have a corgi. She's very easy to train. I have not trained her to be in one spot. That one spot, I would love it if it was right here under my desk, where she's got a soft bed that she doesn't fit in, but she insists on it. And my Twitch partner blanket. You guys are seeing a rare oh bother thigh shot. All of you perverts out there, get your thigh calendars out, because it's thigh day here on oh bother. I have a partner blanket. I have a horse blanket. Those are the labels in the horse blanket. See, I follow the law. I don't rip the labels off of my blankets. I probably should rip that off. Clip it, clip that. God damn it. This subwoofer was given to me by a friend in a state that was broken, and we did full troubleshooting on it to the point where we replaced all the components on this like daughter board that controlled the intermittent power off function, which is what was causing this thing to not work. This is a oh crap, who makes this? Klipsch, I believe, subwoofer. Klipsch is not great with subwoofers. They're great with their speakers. Go to other manufacturers, because this subwoofer killed itself over time, and it did it because a resistor had a micro crack across the pad, and so all I had to do was scratch the trace and bridge that with solder, and then it fully fixed the subwoofer. So now I've got this expensive subwoofer that my friend gave me. He said, you can have this. I was like, oh holy shit. So now I've got this amazing subwoofer that I barely even use. It's not really necessary. I have studio monitors on this machine because I'm supposed to be editing YouTube videos on it. I'm not doing that right now. I probably should be editing more YouTube videos. Anyway, so yeah, that became a feature there, and I put my legs up there when I'm at the desk, and especially when Willow's in her little hidey hole, I can't move my legs. I have to keep my legs away, or she'd growl at me and leave. As soon as this butt hits the stool right here, see butt, stool, butt and stool. When the butt hits the stool, Willow casually leaves. She does not like it here when I'm yelling at the furniture. And all the more power to her for not liking it. I wish she would hang out in that spot, because I've got some analog video cameras that have night vision on them, which is turbo shady night vision, because it can tend to like see through clothing and stuff. It's not good stuff, but it would be a funny shot for the dog sitting under the bench, just hanging out. She does that. She sits under the bench and hangs out, but it's only when somebody like grabs the car keys. She hates riding in the car. So it's like, oh, no, I'm out. And so she'll come down here and go to her safe spot under my desk. That's the way a dog bed should work, right? It shouldn't be a thing that I make her sit in and have a command for her to sit in the bed at all times where she might not be comfortable. At least it's a soft place. But anyway, that's, those are my thoughts on that thing. But it is striking while the anvil's hot. While people were still talking about it, the dog is wondering who the hell you're talking to. Why do you keep talking in such a loud voice at these monitors? What are you doing on the internet, human? Why is the internet raging you out like this? By the way, if the internet gets you in a rage or a tizzy, go touch grass. Those are the rules, you know? A lot of the economy of attention that the internet loves so much in order to feed you advertisements is based on rage. They found the cheat code to human attention was in the balls. No, in the rage center of your brain. Your very complicated and emotional brain loves to rage out at stuff. It can feel good to get angry at things. And so just watch it out there, you know? If something's getting you up in a tizzy, take a break. Don't let them get your attention. It's the only currency that we have as consumers of free things on the internet. All right, so anyway, wLED. Let's get mad at wLED. wLED is a really, really functional thing that you can program stuff with. And the thing that you typically would program with wLED is something like an Internet of Things chip, like an ESP8266 or a ESP32. Everybody's using the 32 now, which is like super powerful and featureful, but it's a little bit much for a lot of projects. I have an inordinate amount. I've got tons of those freaking things now, because I was going to use an ESP32 to run this LED screen over here, not on Burn the Subs, but on other screens. So I've got a bunch of these screens. I would like to use them, and apparently you can just strap an ESP32 to them, and you can use either wLED or whatever you feel like to run those pixels. wLED can receive pixels from, I don't even know where, I haven't looked at that yet, and it can send the pixels. You can sync up your visuals using one singular chip. So I can hit a checkbox on this one, and all of the things that use it will sync up with that visual. Very cool, especially if you're like me and you like to set up your shop in a particular way. I think in the future, if I redo anything, if I have like a big empty wall that's not blocked by a lot of stuff, I will do like an audio panel and then an LED strip, maybe a wood slat, LED slat, and then another wood slat. And then I'd have, you know, panels of spaced out LEDs on the wall that I could do like cool visuals with. I think that would be really cool looking. Maybe one day I'll I stubbed my toe. What was that? $1 million. And then I'll be able to actually like build up the shop the way that I want. As for right now, I am extraordinarily lucky to have you guys here, and I'm extraordinarily lucky to have this room. This room is relatively big in the grand scheme of things, and I've been able to move all of my equipment into it. It's a little tight, but it is, and when people see it, and they haven't, like, I've had the opportunity to meet a couple people that I've purely known from the internet, and when they come into the shop, they go, everything is a lot smaller than it looks online. I've got these Logitech cameras like crammed up against things, and everything looks huge on your monitor. Crazy times. Anyway, there's a couple features of wLED that lend itself to a device. This is a device that I need to use for my dog to wear. That will not shock her in any way, and it will not light her on fire. Those are things that we need to vet out, believe it or not, with this system. We need this to run off of the devices. I think I have a pimple under my beard. Oh no. Oh man. When you poke a part of your upper lip and you feel that familiar pain of a pimple under the surface. Ah, great. I don't know why I'm getting, I don't get acne, but I do get a pimple every now and then. Like 2 a year. And if I'm lucky, I'll forget that that's there and then not pick at it and turn it into an open wound under my beard. It's a tough thing. I shower daily. I'm not a greasy person. Anyway, the wLED stuff is going to be really cool. We need to vet out a couple features so that my dog is not a fireball. The LEDs, if we run them super hard for like white light, runs all 3 chips at once. They get warm. They don't get hot. We're putting a bunch of power into it. We've got something like 90. Let's check. How many LEDs do we have? I think it's like 46 per strip. Yeah, we've got 92 LEDs. That's a crazy amount of LEDs to be putting on my dog. So we need to make sure that this thing functions contained and doesn't have any contingencies where stuff can go horribly wrong. Obviously, flexing it. This is a flexible PCB. I've given it a slightly harder backing, so the traces hopefully won't flex to the point where they break. Yeah, I want to get this so that we can button it up. And in order to get it so that we can button it up, we need it to run purely on its own battery. We will plug it in for the duration of testing, but in order to get it to run on its own battery, we need it to be able to turn itself off. We have a singular button on this case, so what we need to do is initiate a deep sleep. I don't like this as much as cutting off the battery entirely, because that's really the way we probably should do it. That's how, like certain devices, when they turn on digitally, they will have this quiescent current that kind of sips on battery power, but that can tend to ruin batteries if you have something that sits in a shelf all day, which I do. I have a bunch of these devices that are rechargeable with a USB socket on the side, and they turn on with a button, so they're not a battery, knife switch on off. And I don't know, does this thing still work? How much battery does it have left in it? That's full battery. They might actually have a battery management. There's a lot of electrical noise around us. This thing is one of those ghost hunting implements. This is an electrical field detector, and it's actually constructed pretty well. It actually does sense like electrical activity really well. Yeah, I used to have it on my desk, and when I'd get up, a bunch of static electricity would build, and this thing would start going off. But yeah, weird meters and stuff like that are principal among the things that have the USB slot on the bottom, and they don't have a specific battery cutoff. They just have a low power mode that they go into. So this thing, in the grand scheme of things, technically this thing is still on. It's just doesn't have the screen on, doesn't have the LEDs on, and it's sitting there quietly waiting to see if the button gets pressed. And so you press the button, and everything fires up, and it starts actually using a bunch of current. But like this, it is technically still on, it's just not functioning. That's how devices work, and so we got to get ours to do that. I don't know how often we're going to use this or how it's going to sit after all is said and done. I don't know about the disposal at the end of the life of this product. If I had better contacts and if tariffs weren't so absolutely pissed these days, this would be something that I should probably communicate building or selling for someone. This is an old ESP. We'll get this out of the way. Anyway, so let's set up to do stuff. So what I need first, before I do any of these features, what I'll need to do is set it up so that my bench top supply can act as the battery. So I've got a pin header here, a 2-pin header, and we're just going to solder wires to the end of it. We'll put it all the way over here. We'll put it all the way over here because I've got to break everything down at the end of this. I'll just solder just right here. Hello, hi, hey. You holding that up reminds me that I forgot to take batteries out of my laser distance finder last time I used it, and they probably leaked in my toolbox by now. I mentioned, you know, what is off on a device because that exact scenario happened to me. The gravity level that I have is sitting, oh, it's out of view. It's just a little bit out of view on top of these shelves. It's like a magnetic, the simple little box gravity meter, the one that makes the noise, has two AA batteries in it. I didn't know. I thought it was a lithium battery. It had two AA's in it, and when I opened it up, they leaked all over the place. So yeah, it's a thing. Those batteries are, it's bad, especially, but with the lithium ion batteries, I don't know what's happening behind the scenes. I guess the battery can discharge, and then maybe the battery manager might cut it off before it fully discharges. I don't know. Fully discharging a lithium ion battery is bad news. It's not something, it's not good. It's not good. That's kind of where electric vehicles are, well, they're not that dodgy. They have big high level management systems. It's like other things that use lithium ion batteries get kind of weird. Yeah, Neanderthals using AA's. I probably bought the laser level in like 2016. So, although 2016 lithium ions were prevalent then. So, what's their excuse? I don't know. How's everybody's weekend shaping up? Don't tell me. I don't care. I'm just kidding. I am not at a protest. I should be at the protest, but I worry about if I end up in the back of a paddy wagon, they're going to take my phone, which is my insulin, like it's my pancreas, one of my internal organs. So I worry about that, being disabled and protesting. To be fair, laser levels are freaking great for homeowners. The affordability, I have a Bosch laser level, and they're probably even cheaper now. You can, actually, I should probably get one that uses my DeWalt battery. Wait a sec, let me find that. Hold on. The DeWalt one's probably going to be $400 though. It would be nice if it used the batteries that I sort of keep and maintain. I put an electric ratchet on my wish list, because I'm getting older, and ratcheting those wrenches could be done with an electric tool. I don't know how these are. I don't think they're that great. I don't really think they're that great. I do have the muscle to be wrenching on bolts. But let's see. I am looking for DeWalt. We did the black and yellow tools here. I probably should have gone with one of the other ones, but DeWalt's okay. DeWalt costs more because of the yellow dye. Yeah, it really does, doesn't it? If you really want to be shocked, look at the battery prices for genuine batteries. The non-genuines are much cheaper. Notice how that one doesn't have any of the logos on it. We should do a teardown of Mahalo sent in these batteries that were like a really reasonable price, and they dropped me a note like, are these real? They work, but not that well. They do not function under heavy current draw as well. I was using them in the is it DeWalt? Yeah, it is DeWalt. I was using the little DeWalt power washer, which is basically just slightly better than a hose. It's good for like moving dirt. That's all it can really do, is just move dirt off of things. So I was washing my car with it, thing you do, and with the knockoff. Whoa, what is my brain doing today, man? The knockoff battery, there's a huge temperature gradient on my body right now. My legs are cool and my torso is hot. And it's very distracting to me. But the, what's that? The electric ratchets are really good for tight spots. I grew up with air-powered ratchets, and I already know how useful a cordless one would be. Yeah, you kind of knock the bolt loose and then you use the ratchet to keep you from doing this for 20 minutes. I've had scenarios where I've had to use an open wrench and get a corner turn, lower the car, and then come in from under and get another quarter turn and undo like a full set of bolts by doing that maneuver. The pneumatic ones are weak compared to the battery ones. Interesting. The problem with this, the ratchet that I was looking at, is that is the price for an electric ratchet. This thing is a full-blown $200. It was less than that yesterday. That is a little bit crazy for an electric ratchet. The people who have electric ratchets are telling me that yes, it is worth it completely. I don't know. I have a set of like 4 or 5 batteries that I keep in good shape, and I keep them topped up and stuff. So moving stuff over to the 20 volt max system would be neat. I could probably get a knockoff laser level that just works with, yeah, something like that works with the battery anyway. It looks like there's no official one. 99 is a bit much, but it's green, so you'd be able to see it better. I got a Bosch laser level. The one that I have is oh, they finally fixed their search. It's no longer like really the search bar was really stupid for a long time. It's something like this. It's kind of similar to these. It's got a very weak red line, and it was a hell of a lot cheaper than, you know, a brand name one. Well, Bosch is still a perfectly fine brand name, but it's not super inflated like these DeWalt tools are. I'm not even supposed to be here today. Yeah, listen, the LED project is so interesting, and you guys are fun to hang out with. So I am indeed doing a Saturday stream instead of just staring at my computer. I would be at a protest, but again, my pancreas is my phone, and that puts me in a bit of a spot. Are any of these? Wait, these don't look like they take the 20 volt. Let's do 20 volt. 20 volt laser level. They don't appear to, like, it would be nice to put the laser level on this battery as a bullshit homeowner and not a professional fixer of things. I use that laser level a lot. That thing is really, really useful. I've got it on a lighting stand, and so you can just throw that up, boom, there's your level line. And then it's the No Kings protest, government overreach, being that it seems to be if you put 2 and 2 together, it very much appears like somebody's trying to be a king, and that is just the most un-American thing that you can possibly. So people are protesting today. They're very large protests. Philadelphia, a little bit quieter on the subreddits that I was following about Philly, but I believe there is probably protesting going on. I'll have to check in later, but I would totally be a part of that. But here we are, right? Next project: unhackable vacuum tube phone. How many vacuum? That would be like, I would need like 3 floors of an office building. The government in the UK is getting like that, but think of the children. Of course you need to put your ID into this thing, because children. Jeez. Those Bosch laser levels actually have a physical switch that disconnects the battery. Yeah, my laser level, after sitting for the same amount of time as the gravity level, did not have any stuff going on around the batteries because it fully cuts off when it turns off. We are unfortunately rendering into the world yet another device that does not fully cut off. The quiescent current on the ESP32 D3 is really good though. It's like 50 microamps. There will be other things to take up current. What we'll need to do is figure out what signal we can key into in order to turn off the WS2812s. Boom. Fear not, Philly's showing up and they have a freaking drum squad popping off. Hell yeah. That's awesome. I would very much like to be there, but yeah, again, if I do something regrettable, and I will, then my ass doesn't go to jail, it goes to heaven. Next stop, fucking hell. I'll see you in hell after a very painful bout of DKA, diabetic ketoacidosis. Is the dog getting new nav lights? Yes. Unfortunately, I think we have to drop the accelerometer, but the wLED is so awesome. Like, I'm just sitting here talking with you guys, and if I get quiet, but then if I talk again, so we've got a couple key features that we need to build into this. We need to get into the low power modes of the ESP, and we need to have a button that activates that, because you can break your ESP if you don't have a way to get out of low power mode. You can have on the low power mode, what it'll do is it'll sit and it'll wait for voltage on a pin. So we need to, when I can't think of a word and I'm in the middle of like riffing, if I've really got something good to say, and I'm like in the middle and I just fail and I don't know what I'm going to say next, I'm like, it's like, what is going on? As gases escape my dead body. So what we're doing is we can build in a mode where we have a pull up. We don't have an internal pull-up because those will disable. It's more than a brain fart. It's just gases escaping the whale carcass. The button will initiate 3 volts onto a pin. That's not how you typically do buttons in microcontrollers. Microcontrollers are better where you activate an internal pull-up, and so there's a big resistor that goes up to VCC, and that pin is held high, and so when you hit your button, pin goes low. You don't need to put a resistor in there because you are just moving power across the internal resistor. So you don't need that extra part. We need the extra part because when this thing goes to sleep, it's going to disable its internal pull-ups. And so if we have a weak resistor to ground on that pin, we can not only use the positive power on that pin to activate our MOSFET, we can also have a resistor going to 3 volts on our button so that we can initiate power on one of those pins, and then that'll start it up. So we need to figure that out. We need to figure out how to do that. The pins, I think, are high Z, though, so maybe we don't need a resistor, but it feels better to not allow a current runaway situation, right? I'm going to move this fan because this temperature gradient across my body is killing me. It feels so weird. Like my shoulders are hot, but the rest of me is cold. Well, that might be a little better. My brain needs to be air-cooled. All right, so let's set up to have a battery-powered ESP, and then we can try to put software into its brain that'll make it do the right thing. I am, again, taking a page out of Flatulent Gonad here and actually using the blue tack for something to try to make wiring a little bit less painful than it normally is around here. It might just work. Look at that. Beaut. It's a beaut. Oh, she's a beaut. In private, I can do a decent Australian accent, but when the cameras are rolling, it's terrible. And I think it's better for it being terrible. I'm better for it being terrible. We should be playing games today. I would like one of these days to get back to playing games. There's all kinds of new popular games, but I figure the situation out there with the live stream drama makes this a pretty viable project, and we can make a lot of progress on it today if my cards are stacked right, if everything goes together properly. All right, so I'm going to power down the ESP. Oh, no more twinkling LEDs. I love projects like this because you can just let them roll and just watch all the cool visuals roll in. So we've got 2 little battery tabs on the bottom. Now that is actually a particular connector. But I'm going to solder wires directly to these 2 tabs because this has to sit on top of the battery because of the way the design of the original product has our USB right here. And so the ESP has to sit right here. Hopefully those battery tabs are not going to get crushed up against this. We need about the same dimensions as the original electronics. The original electronics have a smooth bottom. They are bottom smooth. Making a whole new PCB for this thing would be great. But it's a time sink, and to get good PCBs, I have to go with international shipping. It's also had an effect on the mixer project. Although I've got some ideas for the mixer project. I want to get those low-power vacuum tubes and see if they'll work on a modular synthesizer, because then the mixer project and headphone amplifier can be a vacuum tube mixer/amplifier. That means that I'm probably not going to sell it because that would be insane. And I would have to charge something like $500 for each mixing amplifier, which I guess I could still do. I could even knock that price up a little bit from there because it would potentially have 2 of those $50 Noritake tubes in it. So to make it worth my trouble and sourcing and all that, I probably have to charge an arm and a leg. I would love for it to be affordable and then everybody could buy one just to humor me. My streamer made a project. I'm going to buy it because they're selling it. There would be people that would do that. More power to them. They would buy it just because it's a bother. Ooh, don't want to solder that to the wrong one. That's a unique way to blow up another microcontroller. We don't need any new ones. We can use the old ways to blow up microcontrollers. They're all perfectly viable. Smooth bottom. No. I like apple bottom jeans and boots with the fur. That song was dumb. Oops. Okay, I'm not seeing in 3D. Yeah, Osh Park does okay. I like Osh Park's work. Seed Studios, what I really know. I know their process and where everything's going to happen. And I guess I could go domestic with the PCBs. Because Osh Park isn't that bad. And the prices they're all about the same, right? I think the prices are going up too, but things have been pretty tumultuous about all that. I'm not happy about the politicization of that kind of stuff that didn't need to happen and is going into coffers, being used to hire people that are a little less reputable than typical law enforcement. Don't like it. I hate it with every fiber of my being. I can't communicate to you how angry I am about all of that, but just know that I am angry. just you can just know. I'm trying to use the center channel here to run these wires. Just because it'll look cool. I don't have to. No, we can thread that. That's what this whole center channel's about. Yeah, there we go. I'm doing it all the way over here instead of moving this and learning how to repin everything. You got to go into the settings to repin stuff. But this way we can run as if we are a battery. We'll just link that up and around. Let's get the clippers here. Let's do that. Boots with the fur. Yes, yes indeed. All right, so we're starting off the battery stuff. So I'll power this up on the power supply through the battery pins at 4.2 volts. And we got to do the battery and the deep sleep stuff at the same time. I don't think there's any danger because you go into the settings to kind of configure all this stuff. So I don't think there's any danger that we can brick the device. If you set things up improperly and you don't have a way for it to wake up again, you'll have to go into a higher order flash mode in order to undo what you've done. And we've got different sleep modes to worry about too. There's different types of sleeps that this thing can go into. And we may want, I don't know if I'll be able to, but we may want to disable Wi-Fi somehow. Maybe with a double tap of the button, we can re-enable Wi-Fi. Oops, with the fur. The thing is, I have to do it like all at once. All of it has to do at the same time. It's just how it works. I'll like curve this thing somehow. This antenna's just in the way. Another reason to disable Wi-Fi. All right, this wire. Where are we? Here we go. Leave it like that. Okay, first, tin the wires, because you don't want to... I mean, you can tin it as you're soldering the wire to the thing, but if you pre-tin it, it makes it so much easier because you're going solder to solder instead of solder to tin. Solder to tinnable surface. This stuff is silicon jacketed, so I'm not melting the wire by poking it with the iron, which is nice. Okay, has everything gotten smaller, or am I just super shaky these days? I don't know what the deal is with that. Here's the 12 cups of coffee that I had. I just want clean wires, just clean wires, so that my dog does not become a fireball. It feels kind of like I have a fever because there's not air on my forehead, like blowing by, but my legs are falling asleep with cold. She probably needed more cups of coffee. Oh, okay. That makes sense. I don't think that's sitting on the... Yeah, it was a massive vertical solder bridge. Whoa! Only one thing could turn the LED purple, and that's a raid. Etho the Tuipi. E.T. of the Tuipi. Thank you for raiding with a party of 14. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday to you as well. Welcome to Twitch TV/OhBother. What we are doing right now is trying to electrify my dog. And we're doing that by using an LED dog collar with an ESP32 that's running, oh geez, I hate that default, man. That's running a wLED. So here's plasmoid. I said, here's plasmoid. There it goes. Oh, it's on, so why is it like piss yellow is like the E to the 2I pi? Oh, we're a control systems aficionado, are we? I studied motors and controls at Drexel University 1,000 years ago. I have a degree and I've been paid for electrical engineering jobs, which means I can call myself an electrical engineer in America. You don't have to take the professional engineer test. Although that should probably be the way it is, but technically I count as I'm a big boy. I'm an electrical engineer. You can't take that away from me. You're 1,000 years old, give or take. In terms of the internet, I'm a sentient pile of dust. But yeah, so we've got wLED, which is a pretty robust and interesting and fleshed out LED system that's running on digital, they call it LED rope, they call it all kinds of stuff, but it's the WS2812 chip running inside of an RGB LED. These are the really, really tiny ones. And so we put 2 strips on here after 3D printing a backplate in PETG. Now that's going to fit in this little window column of the dog collar. The dog collar previously just had white LEDs, but it has this LED carrier that happens to be almost exactly the size of a Steed Studio Zhao, which is a smaller sort of thingy-majig, right? Night vision. If we had the accelerometer going into this, I could figure out what axis was the tilt for this thing, so that I could have it so that when my corgi Willow is wearing this thing, there would be like a strip of white facing downwards like a flashlight. The thing is, any collar on my dog, and I've got an actual picture example of this, any collar on my dog is nigh on invisible. Here is, oh wait, no, I'm not sending that on Discord. What the deuce? Hold on, Boomer's getting out his phone. I need to actually unlock it. There we go. So, any collar on my dog is nigh on invisible. Here she is sitting in front of me as I scratch her little ears. Believe it or not, she's wearing her dog collar. She has a collar on. It's gone. Yeah, that's the link. That's the link for what you call it. Here's my horrible abused dog. She's just suffering every moment. But this is for her, so she can play with her friends outside without getting hit by a car. Dougie. Yeah, so anyway, love her to death. She's the light of my life. I love this dog. She's the best ever. She's the cutest thing in the world. I'm trying not to have her get hit by a car or get shocked or burst into flames. So we need to do everything right with all of this wLED nonsense. Because all of this is a possibility with wLED. The one that I really like is actually called plasmoids, and we've got a microphone working on this thing. So if I shut up for just a half a second, you can see there is something going on here. This is like way overactivated though. It's super oversaturated. Your dog needs a haircut. No, she's supposed to have long hair. She looks like Paris Hilton. Interesting. She's the cutest in the world. She's totally adorable. She's allowed to come down into the shop when I'm streaming. She doesn't like me yelling at the furniture. In years past, many, many years ago when we first got the dog, she would come down here and hang out. She would either hang out or I would do a couple little tricks with her. I would do her little shake and speak and stuff like that. I wish she hung out a little bit more because the dog apparently could get me more viewers. And also, I just like having her around. Does she have a trampoline bed? No, no, no. So she sleeps under my work desk when she does come down here. And I've got, let's not look at that. Don't look at the bottle of gin. Where am I? I'm trying to station out. Oh, bother thighs. This is thigh cam. You guys get thigh cam. I have the Twitch partner blanket that was sent to me by Twitch. And it says partner, partner, partner on it. It's extremely soft. I have a horse blanket underneath all of that, which is just a striped, very tough blanket. And then to the left there is her doggy bed that's way too small for her. So whenever something happens upstairs that she doesn't like, she will come down here and sit under my desk because I'm typically much quieter when I'm not streaming. She'll come down and sit under the desk and curl up in that little bench. Oh yeah, so I use, Pennsylvania has a beer distributor system. So if I want to drink some White Claw, if I want to just have a drink that's not going to boost my glucose level, I'm a type 1 diabetic. I use Android Auto Pancreas system to control my blood glucose level using a Dexcom G6 sensor, which senses my blood glucose level every 5 minutes with a 5-minute delay. My phone is an Android Auto Pancreas system, which is a third-party program that ties all this stuff together and turns it into these micro bullets, as you see. That 30 grams of carbohydrate, that was lunch. And then from there, I got 0.2 units and then 0.55 and then another 0.5. And you can see the effect of it a little later on, kind of pulls it right back down into range. All of that happened while I was sitting here pontificating random bullshit to you guys. But anyway, if I want to have a drink and not send my glucose level into the stratosphere, these hard seltzers are pretty good. You're not really going to get more than just like buzzed off of those things. So in Pennsylvania, we have a distributor system. So I go into the beer distributor and I get a cart and I go with the cart around the whole place, and they've got beer that's sitting in these cardboard trays. Well, these cardboard trays don't take up a lot of vertical space. They're better than the bins, and they just hold my projects out in open air. In an open air prison. They hold my projects just on this shelf over there, and I can store a lot of stuff. Then when it comes time to work on something else, because we technically do variety here, so I need to pack everything up, I'll put it in a tray, put the tray on the shelf, grab a different tray, bring it back out. It's been a good system. That's worked pretty well. It hasn't completely decluttered me, but it's worked pretty well. So anyway, the wLED is like fleshed out. It's got all these really cool things that we can do with, I'm talking real loud because we got rated. So this thing isn't really showing off the real cool stuff that wLED is capable of. And it was really easy to flash onto the thing. But we're putting it into a device. And if we're putting it into a device, we're credited with editing in it. We're putting it in a device. So we need to actually have it able to turn off. So what I've done is the reason that we chose this particular ESP32C3, the Zhao one, the Seed Studio one, fits inside the enclosure, and this thing can take a battery. So what I want to do is hook it up to this, these battery terminals, and we can see how much current it's drawing, and then we can also, I don't know, whatever. We can do whatever. We can see how much current it's drawing, and then we can implement the low power modes using a button. So I guess I need a button too. wLED is even more powerful when you pair it with a software tool like Signal, RGB, or Harmony. Yeah, apparently the fusion of LED stuff is making some good strides lately, because back when I was doing big LED projects, back when I worked for big LED, in the deep government, we did a bunch of like Burning Man projects and stuff, and I did some cool festival party projects that involved LEDs. When we were doing that, the only way to do LEDs was to use a fast LED library on the Arduino, and then from there you had to program all of your own stuff. But recently, I don't know how recently because I haven't been keeping track, wLED hits the scene and slowly progressed. In its progression, it's slowly built up features to where we can build exactly what I want to build right now, and my dog will have really cool patterns, and it won't just be a Corsair RGB. It'll actually look like something. And so people have been taking these tools and either by software or other stuff, they've sort of been meshing them all together so that you can coordinate visuals across a lot of stuff. Like I'm tempted on my other computer to just take all the LEDs in there and make them wLED. Same with the server rack over there. I could just shove a bunch of I could shove one wLED controller into the thing, and then everything could be super coordinated. I think I'm going to do that eventually. Well, instead of having the whatever it is, the Corsair LED controller on it, we can just put a wLED driver, and I can make the buttons do all the same features. I want to blink my LEDs now. Well, I've beaten you to it. You have no hope of blinking your LEDs. I've done it already. Yeah, every project has already been done. You can find somebody who's done what you've done 1,000-fold. Some of the best projects are taking two things that somebody's done, smashing them together. Sometimes you make kind of a little layer cake out of it. You can control all those systems with Signal RGB. I've also got, OpenRGB running on my computer to do those LEDs. I think it would just be easier to throw a wLED on it, because then you can hit one to sync and then everybody else would sync up. It feels like Christmas. Look at the lights. No need to gut the Corsair stuff. I want to. I want to do it. I want it to go on to my Wi-Fi. My wifey. I hate my wifey. I'm a boomer comic. All right, anyway, let's get back to what we're doing. A project tiramisu, if you will. It's been so long since I've had tiramisu, but it's so good. What a good dessert. Okay, anyway. This is so sparkly, it's crazy. And we've got a microphone on this right now. That was our initial test. You gonna make a wLED leash too? Oh, I'm sorry. I was like, that's what I'm doing. What do you mean? I thought you were like, are you gonna make a wLED collar as well? And I'm like, that's what I'm doing. Somebody else has probably already beaten me to this. That's what I was getting at. I get interested in electronics. That's cool. Yeah, so do I. So do I. A leash, I don't think I'm gonna do. I'm gonna let the dog take the front stage on that one. Let the dog take the limelight. Cause a leash is a lot of LEDs to be responsible for. Although if they were both, I don't know about Bluetooth, but they could both get on my Wi-Fi, and then the leash could be coordinated with the dog collar. So when she barks, there'd be like a big crescendo of light. Cool. All right, let's get a button. We need a button. I need a button. Now there is a button user mod. Is it a user mod? I think it's just built into wLED to do stuff with a button. I have one ESP32 and it's pretty cool. Hopefully I get more into them, but LED strips, I don't know a bunch. You don't necessarily need an ESP32. The 8266 is much cheaper if you're running only a couple LEDs. If you want to make a big comprehensive system, the ESP32 does lend itself to that really well. This is an ESP32. The ESP32 dev boards have like 250,000 pins on them, and you can run this kind of stuff off of them really easily. Flashing wLED has forced me to go back to Chrome, because something about Chrome allows you to access virtual COM ports on Chrome. So there's a lot of software projects where you can code a device online. Like they did this with quadcopters a lot, where you would open up the Chrome thing and it would ask permission to go to your COM port, and then you would be able to program the device. So we've been mostly using tools like that in order to flash our ESPs. The only problem is we discovered that my wifey, the Wi-Fi in here, the Asus Wi-Fi is awful. It's like hateful. It's really bad. We can plug in this device and code it and get it to work, and then we might not know what the IP address is. And if I look at the clients that are registered on Wi-Fi, it won't show up. It takes like a long time for some reason for my Asus router to recognize it. If I was a smart man, and I saw the writing on the wall, and I saw that, oh, hey, I'm doing a bunch of stuff with LEDs a lot in this shop, because those are really popular projects, and they've got a nice visual end game on it, and everybody loves it. I really should have seen this coming 10,000 miles away. I should buy another router and make it just a non-internet router that only connects to the Internet of Things around here. Oh well. If we disable Wi-Fi on this, I don't know how I'll change settings on it. Well, that'll be like the last thing that we do, but we can put this into a lower power mode where it's not sucking down so many amps. These are going to be the primary customer though, especially if we're using something that's this twinkly. That's going to use up a lot of current. We'll know through these contacts now how much. So let's get a button ready, and then that'll be all the hardware that we need. This is the magical bin of all of the smart things in the shop. There are some amazing things in this bin. I don't think I really have space for the teensy Duino stuff. There's an encoder knob. I've got a MIDI plug over here. Actually, I don't. The buttons might have gone to a different. I think they did. What do we did something with buttons. Oh, here we go. Here's one. This is all just supposed to be breadboard crap. This one will fall out of the breadboard though, and it'll get very frustrating. But I don't see many other, have a touch button. That's what these are. These are touch sensitive buttons. The GI in-net travel routers are dirt cheap, perfect for that. They also run a version of WRT. Okay, WRT is nice. I was looking at Ubiquiti. I was thinking like not for the private, like I could turn this, this router that I'm using right now into the private one. And then I would love to get some Ubiquiti equipment. But then again, I need my own. I have my own personal intranet, keeps me safe from you chuckle fucks hacking into me. It's my own little intranet that all my stuff is on. But yeah, if I could get that Ubiquiti stuff, I bet that, because friends of mine have gotten it and they said it like solved all of their Wi-Fi problems, and I have significant amounts of Wi-Fi problems here. My wifey, no, stop it. Stop saying that, bother you, frick. I have a bunch of internet problems here where like the signal doesn't get out of the house. I think they might have used that drywall that has like Mylar on it just to torture us, just to ground the outside of the house and put us all in a big Faraday cage. And then because of the way the neighborhood is, we don't have any cell phone towers anywhere near us. You know, they put all the 5G things on the top of the electrical poles, but we don't have electrical poles in here. Outside of the neighborhood, there are all the electrical poles, so that's where all the 5G is. And I spend a lot of money on my cell plan because maybe one day I will use it to stream, which means I'll be using lots and lots of data. And if I'm using lots and lots of data, I would love to have my 5G and my expensive plan come together to allow me to go out to you guys and put a phone in my pocket and have that running all the stuff while I work on something like a car one day. Oh well. Business grade Wi-Fi systems are always much better, and the networking in general. Yeah, I have to put a plan together to purchase all that stuff. Everyone has a plan until the Wi-Fi punches you in the face. Okay, so this is going to be a pull-up button. Probably at this point, it would make sense to actually have some kind of a plan. B0 through 4 are the ones that we can assign to a what is it? Deep sleep power button. So what we'll do, I will run one line over to positive power. And technically, you know what? We should put that on a resistor. So let's get a resistor out. We'll do like a 100 kilo ohm resistor. What do we got? 100K, 1/4 watt. Here we go. Here, a little one. I keep buying resistors, trying to find ones with the thicker wires coming out of them, 1/4 watt resistors that have thicker wires, because these precision ones have the thinnest little wire coming out of them, and it makes it really unreliable on the breadboard. So here's the special sauce for Oh Bother. This is the thing that you don't get anywhere else. Mostly you don't get it anywhere else because I stole this tool from the government. But this is a $75 piece of plastic that's partially broken. What this is the Pace breadboarding tool. And really, at this point, somebody should reverse engineer this thing and just put an STL out of this thing. There are lots of 3D printable breadboard helpers, but what we're doing here is we're fitting a resistor to be exactly the length to get it over to the power pad. So what I do is I put the two little spikes in the holes of the breadboard and then tighten down the sliding bit. And now I've got this out here. This is a piece that helps me bend the leads so that it fits exactly from point to point and is clean. the puny wire thing on the breadboard. I know the feeling. It makes your breadboard projects so much more unreliable when you have to do something like life is hard enough. Life is hard enough when you're doing analog circuits, especially when they get to be the more complex, like modular synthesizer kind of stuff. You've got a lot of systems that need to go together and work all simultaneously. And your problems are, you don't want your problems to be an intermittently connecting resistor. I've had projects where I put the whole thing together and I've had to like wiggle all the resistors. It's so obnoxious. And it didn't used to be like that. It's just the bean counters. The bean counters decided that more metal equals more money, which is a pretty baller statement, but not the way that we want these things to occur. So all of these have these flimsy little thin wires coming out of them, and they don't like those clips. Every time I watch your stream, I need a gadget or a tool. Sorry, I'm that kind of guy. I like gadgets and tools, and we work on gadgets and tools, and I buy gadgets and tools deep in the late night when I'm drunk. Why is this forsaking me? Okay, there we go. So 100 kilo ohm resistor pulled up to power. Relatable. And then switch contacts on one side. I think it goes to the cross contact. We'll check that in a minute. And then the pin out, watch out for that one, that's power on it. Let's see, we're using that D for the output, so that's good. We've got the microphone going into these two. So let's look up what we connected the microphone to. I already have too many tools for my own good. The little breadboarding thing, if you're doing stuff like I do, where you broadcast these projects, it makes things go down a little bit cleaner. I don't know if I would fully justify buying that. I don't know if I would fully justify it. This is the battery thing that we're going to install. We need to hook up the battery in this way, and we need to have a voltage divider because unfortunately the Seeed Studio Xiao does not have the internal battery monitoring stuff. The ESP32, I guess, didn't have enough pins, which that's a little shocking that they would say that. They apologize for not having enough pins, but if you've ever seen an ESP32, I mean, it's like dun 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 dun. It's like a giant, massive, huge row of pins. There's like 10,000 pins on this fucking thing. Like, how could you not have one extra? They wanted to have the same number of outputs. I guess maybe that number of analog input capable pins maybe they ran out of. I was like, look at all this crap. I don't know how they possibly, anyway. So we've got to run that to one of the analog pins. We need to hook our button up. We need to figure out what pin that goes to. I think it's time for a crappy MS Paint drawing. I think it's time for a crappy MS Paint drawing, and to that we will add a pinout. I guess I'm going to draw it from the other side. I want to look down on it. Get down on it. Copy the image, put it down over here, take this. I'm just going to get rid of all of the pin information, just so we have the snappy looking ESP. Hold on, shift. Oops. Oh, we'll leave it like that. The stupider it looks, the better. Okay, so what we have so far is we've got, oh, big pencil. Big pencil. So going into this thing, we have our 5 volts. Oh, we actually don't have that on there. Well, I'll just draw it in. 5 volt, and then we have 3 volts. Oh, wait, that one is ground. And then let's double check the pinout. Yeah, okay, so this one will be 3v3. Okay, and then D0 is all the way up here. but D's are also our A's, which we could run into some trouble with this. Right now we have the microphone connected to 6 and 7. No, 4 and 5? GPIO is 6 and 7. So 6 and 7 are I2S. Oh yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. This one and this one go to the mic. We can see which one is which by just going into our settings. On wLED, oh, it's all the way over here. Let's see, config. Which one was it? User mods. Yeah, user mod, global I2C GPIO, audio reactive, enabled, add palettes, generic I2S, pins 6 and 5 and 21. So this one's 21. Is that GPIO 21? Hold on, let's double check. I just want to get everything down so that we've got all our information in one spot. So 6 and 5, it's technically D3 and D4. So this, donk, like that. And then the other one was 21. It's all the way down here. Okay, and what are those called? SD, WS, and SCK. SD, XD, SD, WS. This is just a document that I can come back to later. Ugh. Zero o'clock. This one's 21. And then this is 6. And this one's 5. There we go. Cool. Oh, not cool. Not cool at all. Me when I spread misinformation on the internet. Yoink. And then this gets yoinked down. Oh, why do they unselect it, Paint? You know, society would be so much better if MS Paint started with clear selection on white background instead of the blocky background. We would have flying cars. Shit. All right, so let's see. That's the microphone that we've got hooked up right now. That one is... Actually, that one's on 5 volts. I don't know if that's kosher. Five volt and ground on that. Maybe that's why it's so cooked. Maybe it needs 3.3 volts. I should probably flip it over to that. But we need to have the WS2812s. Those are on this pin. So that goes to WS2812 times 92. These are 92 LEDs in this thing. All right, WS2812 times 92. And that pin is, what is that one called? What are you? GPIO 20. Wait, that's not, no, that was the wrong one. GPIO number 8, or D8. 8. One of the harder numbers to draw when you've got the super thick pencil. I think I probably should have used the second the super thick pencil, but I like to do things, my caveman drawings and big giant stuff. Oh, my chat didn't update. Wait a minute, what's going on? Son of a bitch. Be thankful you have layers in 2025. We don't have layers in MS Paint. Barely. Sorry guys, I didn't see you guys chatting. I thought everybody got quiet. You guys could see the shift in how I was treating things when I thought the chat just wasn't active. But it turns out you guys were perfectly active. I should have seen stuff moving up here, looking at my monitor, but my chat froze. I don't know what the hell happened there. The computer, when I start using up some resources, I bought enough RAM to have a normal computer in the year that whenever that RAM stick went bad. I had to buy a Mobo processor combo because my computer was so outdated at that time that I couldn't just get another stick of RAM. And so I rehashed this computer with a fairly minimal system, and it turns out that was a really dumb thing for me to do. I should have given this thing way more RAM. Always go above and beyond the Call of Duty when it comes to putting RAM in a system, because everybody will tell you it's completely pointless to add a lot of RAM to a system. I've been through thousands of Reddit threads where they're like, don't worry, you just 8 gigabytes is all you need in RAM. It doesn't make any sense to go above that. Yes, it does, because they were not considering that Chrome expands like a goldfish to the size of the RAM, and other programs are starting to take on that sort of moniker. If the RAM's there, I might as well use it, right? And so a lot more programs are getting RAM hungry, and graphics get higher, and everything's 1080p, and da-da-da-da-da-da. The march of time favors more RAM. If you're going to have the system for a long time, like I do, I have a system until it absolutely just is it's ready for the grave. My computers are old, but when I bought them, they were good. Give it that extra RAM, because that's what's happening with the stream computer, and it's an actual 8 gig it's a joke. If you were on Reddit when I was, which is actually sad, 2014, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 2007, 2009, everybody was saying 8 gigabytes, 8 gigabytes, 8 gigabytes. You don't need more, you don't need any more, you don't need any more. And now it's a joke. It's like a RAM scaling thing. The thing is, like buy a little bit more than people say is all you need. But especially, I should have seen the writing on the wall. This is, again, Obother missing the writing on the wall. I'm a streamer boy. I'm running a lot of weird programs all at once, and OBS needs its resources, and Chrome needs its resources to pull web pages up. I got Notepad open. I've got Fusion 360 sitting in the background doing nothing, just in case. And so all that stuff contributes to eating RAM. And what Chrome does is it starts parking its pages when all of your RAM is gone. When there's all your RAM has been eaten up, Chrome is like, okay, I'll give you a little bit of RAM. It's okay. And it backs off its RAM usage. And so when pages park, they don't update. And so I wind up with a frozen chat screen. Annoying. Sorry, I'm going to get more seltzer because I need to drink something because I've been yelling at you guys for... And then I'll catch up on the messages that you guys have been saying. I think maybe if we lower the voltage on this microphone chip, it'll be a little bit less crazy. Because any speech here is making them pop off and go to max. Although it's I2S, but I don't know. that lit up just for me releasing the bottle cap. All right, so what have you guys been saying when I'm like... I pre-ordered one of those new Arduino Uno Qs the other night. I have not seen the Uno Q. I don't know what that is, what that's like. Luckily, I already have too many tools. Practically forgot until you just mentioned buying stuff I don't need. That would have shown up. You're like, oh. I finally found it. I'm not an Apple fan, but there's a tool for Apple called Moblin that lets you connect multiple phones and share their connections for streaming. Whoa, that's kind of cool. And it's super stable. You can use Android phones to provide a connection while bypassing a hotspot throttling with a companion app. Oh, that's interesting, Poopsie Doodle. You mentioned IRL streaming. The way that I would do it is probably with NDI. If I do a remote stream, my data plan is one of those grandfathered in AT&T unlimited data plans. It is expensive. It makes my phone extremely expensive, but my phone is also it's a what do you call it? Durable medical good. My phone is technically a medical device, so I'm willing to pay a little bit more for it. I put the Moblin stuff in Discord. I'll look, but what I would end up doing on the recommendations of Leb TV Live is I would just use my phone as a camera, and I would use NDI just to pipe the screen down here, and that way this computer, without being uprooted, would just be fine. NDI wouldn't use all of my phone's resources and battery. If I did took up disc golf, like Sark does, If I took up disc golf, I'd probably buy like a pocket-sized battery bank so that I could, 3D print a little block for the bottom of my pocket so that you guys could sit like that. And then I would have a battery bank that I could hook up to the phone. And then this thing would burn my tit off. Arduino with a Qualcomm version of a Raspberry Pi on the other side. Weird. Yeah, I'll take a look. Yeah, if you buy minimal RAM, you run out of RAM. I don't know why I didn't realize that. I still have I still have a Lenovo Y5070 from 2014, and it has 16 gigs. I think we have 16 gigs on this computer, which is like terrible. I really should have bought more RAM, and now I think the chipset is so out of because the price for different chipset hardware dips. It goes way down, and then all of the hardware that starts failing, like in businesses and stuff, pumps the price way up. So we're probably at the pump up version of the cost of chipset stuff compatible with the stream computer. It probably stands to reason that I should totally redo the computer. Why does it look? Weird. Look weird. Okay. Sitting here staring at my own image in the camera. I hate it. Arduino Uno Q. I gotta look that up real quick. Uno Q. And I knew it was going to be a streaming computer, so I really should have had that realization. Hey, maybe you should double the amount of RAM on this thing. From blink to think. Uh-oh, is this thing going to go AI? Qualcomm bought Arduino, so things are going to get a little weird with the OG Arduinos. Yeah, Qualcomm bought them, and now we're going to have a Qualcomm Duino. I hope Qualcomm doesn't lose sight of the fact that Arduino exists in the way that it does because of its accessibility. It runs AI. High-speed headers. Oh, my brain. Oh, my brain. Oh, my goodness. How do I get this window to properly refresh itself? It just won't. It just like doesn't refresh. Those are all that function. Like, yeah, I can hit page refresh, but it's still complete. Like the chat has not updated at all. I don't know what button to hit for that. Ask an AI chatbot. I'm so glad that that's now a right-click feed. Look at the beautiful. Hey, Madame, what's up? I'm so glad that Ask an AI chatbot has made its way into the right-click menu of Firefox. I love the future. I love the future. I love it. I love the future. We got AI Arduinos, and we've got AI chatbot, and we've got inspects and block element. How do I open a PDF? How do I refresh this? This Stream Ninja hates refreshing. This is sort of my monitor chat page where I like look at this one in order to interact with you guys. And it seems like no matter what I do, it's not going to like recache. I should probably actually bookmark it. Just like open a brand new window. Oh, come on, man. This is fucked up, man. Look, it's all the old chats. Pre-ordered. Luckily, I have many tools for my own good, and yet chat has moved way on. You can run face detection algorithms. It's only $45. Okay. That's interesting. Other machine models, lightweight AI. So does that mean, so I've been thinking about doing a project where I turn one of these RC cars into Wi-Fi control, and I do like drive it from the actual like sim pit, but also getting the connectivity and the camera, like getting a camera to run fast enough. This seems like you could do all that and then some with the amount of power that the processor is bringing to the table, and have it. It would be great to give it a couple Wi-Fi modems so that it could hand off Wi-Fi connections, so that if I go around the neighborhood, I take Willow for walks, and I have a certain device in my pocket, I can crack into all of these Wi-Fi networks and then have it pipe Wi-Fi to each other to this RC car. I could put the RC car outside, and from down here, we could drive it all around the neighborhood. Bring GG with 30 months. Man, I'm old now. Aren't we all? Aren't we all? Thank you so much for the 30 months. I really appreciate that very much. It's nice of you guys with your subs in here, because it makes it feel more like a real stream and less like I'm just talking to the furniture all day. Ponagachi, yes. Ponagachi, but I think there's like some turbo illegal stuff that you have to put into it in order to actually crack into mailboxes, not mailboxes, into Wi-Fi. I don't know quite. I haven't done all the research on that yet, but it was something that I was thinking about. So our 4 volts is going in through the back of this thing. So battery. And then pin 0 through whatever. We need 1 pin for the button. And I think we're probably just going to do 0. I think that's just going to be what the button is. D0 for the button. So this goes to a button, a baton. And then here we need a 100K to ground. 100. Okay. And then here we're going to do a 100K to power. The reason that we're doing this is because this goes to 3.3. The reason we're doing this is actually very specific, because when we go into deep sleep, this will disable the internal pull-ups and save power. So if we disable all of the internal pull-ups, that pin, well, I mean, if we operated it like a typical switch, typically what we would do is we would save on the extra parts, and we would just have a button like this, and that just connects to ground, right? That's how we would typically do it. But we're not doing that here because we do not have an internal pull-up on this pin, because it's going to shut down when the thing goes into deep sleep. So it turns off that internal pull-up. It saves us from trickling power out to some of these line-ins on these other devices. And so we need to actually... what was the word that I used to use for this that everybody made fun of me for? Assert. We need to assert 3 volts on that pin. And so we do that with just a pull up and a pull down resistor, because when that pin is being used as an input, it's what's called high Z. It's got a high amount of resistance on it that's almost immeasurable, but there is sometimes just a tiny little trickle from it. So much resistance, in fact, that if we put power on that pin, nothing is going to leach it away. So we put a very big resistor, a 100 kilo ohm resistor, to ground on that pin. I should use the slightly smaller pencil. Okay, so then also to one of these pins, to one of the analog pins, I need a battery level, and then I need, what was that? I think it was the low power mode. Yeah, battery here, and they say, okay, so they say A0. What do we got going on? A0 we're using because it's D0 through, I think, 5. We have to use for the power button so that I can monitor it while it's off. So we're going to go to D1, and D1's going to go to a 100 kilo ohm resistor. So let's move this out. Oops, taking the V from my 5 volts over there. D0 being the most important pin, but A1 or D1, this one is going to go to a 100K. That should be a vertical one. VB. And this is D0, D1, which is also an analog input. Okay. Today's stream is exceptional. What did I say? What did I say? What was that in reference to? Yeah, I bought the Ponagachi and I put it together, and I've got a very basic power supply on it. And I think what I could do is grab a big power bank and literally like sneak it behind the mailboxes in the neighborhood, because there's these little mailbox like houses. You get a little mailbox house, and all the houses around it are almost equidistant to the mailbox house. So if I put like a good antenna on it, I could just sit it there for a couple days, and it could get into all of these Wi-Fi addresses illegally. And then I could maybe use that super duper Arduino. They're saying it sounds, you could put some basic object avoidance on it. That's so funny. And then I could sit down here in the shop with the full sim setup and drive around the circle of the neighborhood. That would make for a really cool stream. It's a lot of work, and again, I've got enough projects going on right now that I'm not really doing that, but I do have the Onagachi. I would just have to figure out what the softwares are for the other, for the shadier parts about the Wi-Fi sniffing. Because you get part of like the Wi-Fi stuff with what the Onagachi does normally, but then you have to switch modes into something that's illegal. A war driving stream. No, we're not doing that. The neighborhood here doesn't even have the Google Maps car go around, so luckily I'm pretty safe from you guys being like obstinate weirdos and showing up at my house. I would hate that so much. I'm pretty immune to that. You guys would have a tough time figuring out where I am. You freaks can identify a whole neighborhood from a blade of grass, though. But yeah, in that sense, doing like a war driving stream or doing the RC, like a remote RC car going around the circle, I do want to do that one day, but it is highly doxing. It's very doxing. It's a very cool project though, and it gets us outside. No, what we're doing, if you can hear in the background, there are dogs barking, including my own. She is barking at the neighbors who are also barking. We are building, this is the clear 3D print material. wLED could make a pretty interesting base for my power armor. Anyway, yeah, what we're doing is we are making a light up dog collar. The light up dog collar is a battery operated device, so we need to build into wLED some of the battery monitoring tools as well as deep sleep tools. Deep sleep tools will enable us to press a button and turn this thing off. So we're going to have to find a FET. I've got my transistors right here to find a FET to cut off this line of WS2812 LEDs. So what'll happen is any of these pins, any of the ones left over that have an internal pull-up, we will enable the internal pull-up on that pin, and when the thing goes into deep sleep, that'll go low. So when the pin goes low, we'll have it turn off all the LED hardware. When the pin goes high, when the device turns on, we can then repower all of our WS2812s. So in that vein, I have to draw that. We could take like any of these, I think, and just go into one of the harder to draw electrical devices, which is a MOSFET. I forget exactly why they draw them like this, beyond me. Metal oxide semiconductor field effect transistor. Yeah, I remember stuff. So I guess we're going, the gate is like separate because it's just a charge thing. Because when that reaches a certain amount of charge, then it'll conduct our stuff. And then that goes to VB. VB, and then this and this. I got an arrow, I think, coming out. To 5 volt. And then this also gets ground. A signal flag should probably not have power and ground on it, but whatever. Okay, so that's that part of it. I don't think the microphone is going to take up too much quiescent. And this should go to 3 volts. So let's actually do that right now and see if it still functions. So that would be a powered accessory, and I don't think it has the power to shut down its own LDO, low dropout voltage regulator. So I don't know how that's going to go down. But let's connect this pin to our VDD, this one. That'll require a longer jumper. Is this one going to make it? It might. Let's grab one off the desk. Oh, Will's barking at the door. Should probably yell at her. Stop barking! Can't hear myself think. Breadboarding! He's doing it. He's breadboarding. Okay, so there's that. Does that mean that this thing is a little bit less cooked? Yeah, it does actually. We get higher volumes now. Look at that. It's much better balanced for the brightness of my voice. As before this is completely washing out, and now when I'm talking to you guys, this is just doing its thing, thing. Cool. Yeah, the dog emote. A buddy of mine used a shock collar with his border collie to keep her from barking so much. She barked a lot at the door, like to the point where her voice was hoarse. And so he had to tell the dog, hey, we want you to just be quiet. And so he used the shock collar. I don't know if he ever used the shock function, but basically they used it like once or twice. And now whenever the dog starts barking, like inordinate, like she gets into kind of like a state where she barks at literally anything that moves. And so he'll take out that shock collar and just put it on the table. And the dog goes, all right, I know what's going on. A Pi 500, what does that do? For Burn the Subs, oh God, I can't type today. I was thinking of using like the Raspberry Pi like module. Oh, this thing. Yeah, I wanted one of those. I was gonna make it be the chat computer for over at the other desk, so that my buddies could actually see what you guys are saying while streaming. I have an old dumpy laptop that I use, which is very slow, and that's probably all I really need. Okay, yeah, so metal oxide semiconductor field effect transistor allows us to switch higher loads with less heat and do it efficiently, and yeah, just this better switching tool than your typical transistor. However, metal oxide semiconductor field effect transistor is something that works on, I believe it's voltages, it's currents going into the thing, and so they are incredibly sensitive. So I probably need a 100 kilo ohm resistor going into the MOSFET that will then switch on and off the WS2812 LEDs. We need to check that functionality first, and that means we need to put a lot of heady software into our device. And then current monitoring, we're not worrying about quite yet. I need a 100 kilo ohm to power on there. Then I need a 100 kilo ohm to ground on the pin that we're using, which is D0. So once we can get this thing to turn on and off, then we can work in some of these other features. So let's go back over to here. Let's get my specialized tool that nobody else has that does a lot of different cool little functions for breadboarding stuff. This is made by Pace. They've got a patent on it, which means that it is a $75 piece of plastic. Here, I'll show you. It probably came with like a scope or something. Okay, so maybe we just need to look up the part number or the name of the product. Comform. Oh, there it is. $50. $50 for a little flimsy little piece of plastic. It comes with a pocket protector. $50 is ridiculous. Hold on, I got something just dropped on the floor and I don't know what it was. What did I drop? Oh, the resistors. Come back here, resistors. All right, so let's build in this feature and let's get it functioning on this this thing. We got to put one more piece in here. A keyboard with a Pi in it that has NVMe storage. Neat. Yeah, I wanted to get one. They're too expensive now. way too expensive. But like a Pi 5 is probably a lot of computer. I have a Pi 5. It's right over there. And it's got 2 HDMI outputs. It's crazy. We need to get one of those outputs to run OpenGL. It needs to be an OpenGL container that we can then get Project M running on, which I don't think will be too much of an ask for that system. Does it also come with tape for your glasses? You know, I've written to them about that, and Pace still hasn't gotten back to me. So this one is going to ground on pin numero 0 if you're a programmer. If you're a pro gamer or a programmer. Ah, my resistor. No. What is it's like, well, I'm done. I'm out. There are subreddits for that I run into. Okay, so we're going in there, and then we're going to go from here to here. Actually, we need to figure it out. This is the same dance with these tactile buttons, is which ones are connected permanently and which ones are switched. So for that, we get a multimeter out. Pro gamer, that's me. Have you tried the new Arduino? No. We were talking about Chester having ordered one and that arriving at his house soon. That's only in New Jersey, so maybe I could put the gun in my car and I could ride over there and get the Arduino pretty quickly. But I have not ordered one. I've not messed with it at all. It's not already Qualcomm, right? The launch party was last week. Holy crap. Okay, so it is crossways on how I've wired it. So that means that these two are permanently connected. What? Wait a minute. Oh, does it? Wait. Oh, it means these are permanently connected. I see. Yeah. These usually work one side and the other side. You've got two that are permanently connected, and then the other two are switched to. It's already Qualcomm? Oh. Huh. But they only just announced having been bought by it, right? I don't know, man. AI in an Arduino, I don't know. Maybe I'm just an old man, but it seems like you got this really good shoehorn. Spent a lot of money on this shoehorn. And now you got to use it on anything. That AI is going to be garbage. I mean, maybe they mean like algorithm AI. I don't fucking know. I like the expanding capabilities of the maker scene. I enjoy that we were able to do things that were just unfathomable. There is an open source AI driving system, and my friend uses it. The friend who I thought would prop himself up against AI with a shotgun uses it to get to work in the morning. It drives on the highways for him. And it's a third-party program, and you just plug it into your car. I do not want, I don't trust that at all. That seems crazy to me. Okay, so we are ready to power this up via battery, and we will configure the program that we will put into this. We don't have the MOSFET yet. We'll do that later. We need to check the pins later on. We need to check the pins to make sure that when this thing goes into a deep sleep, that those pins have no voltage on them. And then we can hook up the MOSFET to that. So we're doing this like piecemeal, one at a time, features, and then once we verify that they work, yeah. PMOS or NMOS? I don't fucking know. What are you talking about? Not AI, just enough to compute a simple algorithm for machine vision applications, not LLM AI. Okay, so it's a vision thing. AI on my 560 Ti can't even get useful answers. On a 560 Ti? Yeesh. Well, if you had a room full of them, what type of MOSFET? I fucking don't know, man. I haven't chosen it yet. We'll figure out what I have on hand. That's how we're doing this. Technically we should be cutting off power because it's battery, and so we don't want a trickle current to go down through the positive power pin to the data pin, which we are not cutting off. We want to just have a simple singular cutoff source, and I guess power is probably better because we're trying to eliminate trickle current. Okay. Too many Arduinos. That's okay. I'm not one of these. So for a long time, there was this category of maker that would do nothing but gatekeep Arduino stuff. They hated it. They were like, they're just putting it on there to get blog cred, or this Arduino thing. People are just putting it in everything. You don't need an Arduino to blink an LED. You should use a 555 timer. Which is the dumbest, most gatekeepy thing that I think I've ever heard in my entire life. I hated those people. Those people should probably eject themselves from an airlock or something, because they shouldn't really be in this hobby. Maybe just go retreat back to your little corner of the internet where you guys all overcomplicate everything, because the Arduino is a stepping stone into the wide world of microcontrollers, having more artists, more people who know how to create creative things, and giving them access to the sort of the capability that we know that microcontrollers have. That is huge, and that's really the denouement of the Arduino, is that it exists in order to introduce people to this kind of stuff that we do. And then you get people who know how to sew a dog collar, putting together something as complicated as having a split string of RGB LEDs that'll light up. Like, that's cool. That's where the rubber meets the road, my friend. That's the really, really cool part about all this. So, you know, when this is why I'm so nettled at people who want me to use a 555 timer on everything. It's that's not the purpose of blinking a light with an Arduino. Anyway, they've mostly lost that battle. You don't see them pretty much at all anymore. They're luckily they're a relic from the past. But the gatekeeping with Arduino is something that really drove me crazy. But in the same vein, we've got these Arduinos coming out that they're able to do like really complicated algorithmic visual learning kind of stuff. Wow, what is some artist gonna do with that? You know, that's kind of how I think about this stuff. And you know, we can sit here and look at a new microcontroller, a new Raspberry Pi, a new Arduino, a new anything that has all of these additional features on it, and say, wow, that's so bloated and stupid, and I hate it. And yeah, the tendency is always going to be to say that, but with these new features, you open access to a whole bunch of new minds thinking about new stuff that they can achieve using this hardware. And well, luckily it's not mining Bitcoin anymore or making pictures of apes. But you know, things will get stupid. But in the same vein, the people that can do really cool and interesting and complicated stuff are going to get their hands on this stuff, and that's when things get cool. They get cool. It's a training board? Oh, yeah. TI Launchpad. I mean, Arduino was so great because it was moderately cheap and it got you into doing microcontroller code before you had to figure out what setup flags you were going to run on the microcontroller. It's so much better to get the inquisitive minds running on to get them to a point where they can simply put their code into the machine and get it to do things in the physical world. All right, so I got these tuned up to 4.2 volts, but it's off right now. And if I unplug wLED, if I unplug the USB and I give it the power pin and the ground pin, and then I take our power for the LEDs, which is this one here, and I bring that over. I got to bring it over to here, put that directly on our battery for now. We'll put a MOSFET in the path of that later. God, having my chat split like this is very annoying. I must have missed. We just had the Madam saying, hey, okay, good. It's quiet on YouTube today. Are you an electrical engineer or a tinkerer? I am a tinkerer first and an electrical engineer second. I went into electrical engineering because I do exactly this. This is the type of stuff that I just do. For a long time, I worked with medical devices and I worked in reverse engineering IEDs. That's what I did directly out of school. Did it for a long time. I was very good at what I do. I know a lot about IEDs. There's a lot that I can't say. I'm of course not going to tell you guys certain things about like where stuff was coming from that we were seeing or how to build anything. I will be talking about how to build stuff, this kind of stuff that we do. And so all the while I had these jobs became a little bit more dry and a little bit less academic. And so they became like an algorithm. You get device, you do this, you do that, you do that. So that job was underbid by another company. And so I went over to tracking devices for a bit. So that's GPS, that's cell phone technology, that's battery technology. I specialized in all that stuff and did that for a long time. Then I decided, you know what, I'm going to be like everybody else in Northern Virginia, because you go to parties in Northern Virginia when you're like 20 years old, and you meet other 20-year-olds, and they go, yeah, you know, I'm moving back home soon. I'm going to be getting out of here. Everybody is transient. Everybody is leaving Virginia. So I became one of those people, and I said, yeah, hey, Sherlock, how's it going? Have you ever in imaging? No, my senior design project was dancers on stage, and the dancers had a projection behind them that was a flash animation. That's how old I am. It was a flash animation that had letters falling from the sky like rain, and then we used computer vision, Microsoft OpenCV at the time, in order to track the position of the dancers so that it could have some imaginary bounce cells that would bounce the clear elements that the letters would bounce off of. So that was computer vision. I did a little bit of that. Most of that was just project coordination on my end. I was the project like team leader for that. And then when that was done, we had to go back after we graduated and do the theater show with these electronics. I did a bunch of talks where I was holding the raincoat that had infrared tracking devices on it, and we had a picture of what the computer camera could see. So it'd see this dot cloud on a black, like totally blackened image because we had a filter on the camera. But as I turn around, some part of the circuit would unhook. And so I thought I would look back and I see a blank screen, and then I look forward and the thing lights up like a Christmas tree. And I was like, well, if the thing worked, you would see. It's so stupid. Anyway, yeah, so after the tracking devices thing, I moved back to Philly. I gave them 4 weeks, and within 2 weeks, I reconnected with a buddy from Burning Man, and they had a job doing medical device design. And I'm a type 1 diabetic. I know medical devices. I know sort of that jargon, and I grew up in a doctor family, and most of my friends' parents are doctors and all that stuff. So I got that job. It was a pretty good job. They expected a lot more out of me, and they fired the guy that I knew. The CEO was a friend of mine. They fired him, and so I was on the chopping block, and so they ended up firing me. And so I get back home, and I sit down, and I go, well, what am I going to do? All the while, during all of these jobs, I would always have a creative outlet. That fellow that shows up in chat, the 215 Big John, he's really good college buddy. We're peas in a pod. We're of like minds about projects and stuff. And he was, I guess, kind enough to bring me into a lot of the festival stuff that he was doing at the time. And that became a really good creative outlet. I saw myself gravitating towards doing this kind of stuff, projects and silly things and having fun with electronics, gravitating towards that in the absence of a job that would sort of flex those muscles, right? I was good at what I did, but they relegated a lot of what I did into this things that I just were not creative. Are you offering or, oh, suck it. I mean, flex your soul. So anyway, that was like an internal struggle, and I was kind of thinking when I got back to Pennsylvania, I reconnected with all my local friends and stuff here. I have a wonderful life in this state. I like this state a lot. Pennsylvania is like a secret how cool it is here. Anyway, but I sort of reconnected with all those friends, and you know, I was thinking about what am I going to do? And at the time, I had a little bit of a side gig designing a controller, like a game controller for Previously Recorded Live. And if you don't know who that is, that's Jack and Rich of Red Letter Media going, hey, we've got this extra room in the new shop, let's stream. And so they had a relatively popular stream. It was a 900-person stream in like 2016. And they never endorsed anyone. They did not endorse any other channels. They were streaming right around the time, like when they decided to cut off their streaming. That was around when Twitch implemented raids. So they never raided anybody. They never endorsed anybody else except me. On their very last stream, they said, guys, check out O'Bother's stream. And I'm like, I guess I got to keep the moniker O'Bother. So that's when I decided to do streaming, and I just, 3 streams a week during the afternoons so that I don't waste my day. And we do this kind of stuff here, and I try to do things that are super duper interesting. Soon enough, we're going to get back to working on Burn the Subs. This is a side project that's related to Burn the Subs, in that I want to have a visual like LED screen on the outside of Burn the Subs, and that way if this thing is doing visuals, then Burn the Subs is functioning. This would be like a background thing, and then when Burn the Subs powers up, this can do something on it, who knows. So I can control this. wLED was mentioned, dog drama popped off. I found the LED dog collar, chocolate and peanut butter. So we're making the LED electric audio reactive dog collar for my dog. Also, the season's changing and it's getting darker sooner. So that's my life story up until right now. All right, let's see here. Question, can Seed Studio Zhao ESP32C3 be USB host for a keyboard or gamepad? Did you try it already? There's a limited number of pins on this one. I don't know about the Seed Studio one. It would be nice if that could do that. I'm trying to use an RP2040 to do keyboard stuff. We left that by the wayside because of tariffs potentially affecting my ability to order circuit boards. And while you say, oh, but bother, there's a provision in there for things that don't cost a lot to have no tariffs on them. I say, yes, that is active now. What's going to change tomorrow? Because there's new sparkly bullshit every single day. And so I've just sort of sidelined a lot of my PCB projects, which is unfortunate because my Fusion 360 copy relies on me doing sponsored streams. And I think they wanted me to do some nice, keyboardy stuff. Yeah, I have the Seed one here. Get an Arduino Pro Micro. The keyboard projects I found were limited by the number of pins, but if you have like port expanders on this thing, you could probably do a keyboard with it. There is no ESP that works as an HID device. Oh, interesting. Yeah, you could just get a different. De minimis is, what is that? I don't know what's going to change day to day. We can turn around and tomorrow there could be 10,000% tariffs on just electronics. You know that'll happen as soon as I click order. As soon as I click order, there will be a 100 million billion% tariff on Seed Studio because they posted something that the administration found slightly annoying to read. Okay, let's power this up with battery power and see what explodes. I've got 4.2 volts, which represents a charged lithium-ion battery going into the battery port. I've got that same voltage running to the WS2812s. Power on. There is the thing. 320 milliamps in order to make all of these LEDs turn yellow. At 320 milliamps, we are not going to last long on this battery. Ooh, boy. Ooh, doggy. That's not going to last very long. The solid color patterns are probably not going to be the best. What about once we connect to Wi-Fi? Okay, we are connected. This one's 170 milliamps. Huh. So as we're going with this project, we will be able to determine whether or not we will have a good amount of battery. This one's not very visible. Hello. How are you? I know you. I knew you. I think I can remember your name. Boop, boop, boop. There we go. There's a little LED thing going on. So, yeah, the ones that make it bright enough to really be seen by a car are going to be high current. She only needs this collar during walks. And so I don't think we're going to be out there for 4 hours. You know, I don't think we're going to be out there that long. So that's pretty cool. Now we need to do software. We need to load in the low power stuff and the battery stuff. So to do that, we're going to be using the configuration tool. That's this guy over here. This one does the stock install. This one you can load up the different elements. But now that we know what we're connecting to, we can set some of these parameters in here so that this ESP will pretty much hit the ground running. It'll have everything in there and configured and ready to go. Except maybe it won't know what pin the LEDs are on. I'll stretch my legs a little bit. Yeah, I really wish I could get this stupid chat thing to actually update properly. I don't know why it's... Like, I keep refreshing, but it doesn't do anything. It doesn't update the thing. The thing's running off of its own cache. If I could clear the cache for the page... Find in page, save as, print... Update. More tools. Well, weird. I don't know. What's the trick in Firefox to get it to, like, reload the page properly? Huh. Annoying. Will's gonna trick or treat like a boss? Yeah, I'm hoping that. Control Shift R, this is gonna like... Oh, that is the right one. You guys didn't fool me. And it still didn't update. What the heck? Maybe any new messages will come through. God, the heat just finished heating up the house, and I think there's a window open upstairs. So it's like piping tons and tons of heat into this shop. Okay, so let's see here. We need audio reactive. That's what we put in before. Too bad we can't assert any of the audio settings that we've already got. So audio reactive for use with greater than 0.15. We're doing whatever the latest version is, so we're definitely going to be doing that. No temperature sensor, humidity and temperature sensor. That would have been funny, but I don't think we really need that. Know what the humidity around my dog is. Ambient light sensor, auto save, automatically save settings to preset and load at startup. I kind of want that. Preset number used by auto save user mod. Selective autosave should be enabled on boot. Sure. I don't know. Preset number used by autosave user mod. I don't know. Okay. Ping pong ball, analog clock. Don't need any of that. Rotary encoder. Nah. SPI 4-line display. No. Animated staircase. No. Multi-relay. No. Battery. Selective use LiPo. 1S. Define pin for measurement. Pin 1. Well, it's D0 and D1. What pins does that represent? 2 and 3. 2 for the button. 3 for the battery. Where's our configuration page? Where did it go? I have too many tabs. So yeah, pin 3. Pin 2 is our button. Battery check interval defaults to 3,000. 30,000? 30,000, 30 seconds. Every 30 seconds checking the battery. Yeah, I think that's good. We're not trying to squeeze out like maximum performance out of this thing, but if we do a couple. Control Shift Delete does a cache clear in Firefox. Control F5 does a hard refresh. Okay, let's try Control F5. Oh, I Control Function F5 because this is a tiny keyboard. I'll run a test. Nope. I've had the hard refresh fix Twitch before. Yeah, this dock is not updating at all. What the heck? So let's try Control Shift Delete on this page. Control Shift Del. Clear browsing data and cookies. Temporary cache files and pages 1 gigabyte. Oh my god. Saved form info, site settings. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I haven't had to do that. I don't want to log out of absolutely everything. Hey, NanoCat. We're having trouble with Firefox, and it's mostly this social stream plugin that's not updating chat right now. So you guys are, I can only see you guys if I look all the way over here. Yeah, you guys are talking micros and chat, but I can't for some reason, like, this is just not working. Pause and play. I don't know, maybe that'll do it. Oh, no, it's not doing it. And what's crazy is this is what's powering the chat that's up on stream. So these should be totally fine. I don't know why Firefox parked to this. I think maybe I hit something that might have killed it. What is the, hold on, let me look at what the session ID is, because it might be, if I clicked back, so I have 2 session IDs active, and the new session ID should be what this one is. This basically is powered by just giant links. Session is equal to UPG. Yeah, it's the wrong session. Why did it swap sessions? It switched to the wrong session ID. What the heck? It's because I went into the URL and edited it. Okay, and now if I test again, that shows up on my... What the... So I went into the URL and I changed the URL. Watch out what screen you're showing. None of the big crazy keys are on this stuff. Showing the session ID is not going to help you, because the session ID is how this thing communicates with itself within my computer. So there's no password information. There's no private information on that. Luckily enough. Yeah, I am careful with that kind of stuff, but this is coordinating all of the chat windows that are on my computer. If I close the chat window on this computer, it will not update chat. It's not something that somebody outside of this, I haven't enabled it to have the same session ID across different machines, which I'll have to do when I do the chat machine over there. I'll be able to give Julian and Dave a coordinated chat window. This thing can pipe the session out to another browser, which is pretty cool. I wonder if it does that on the internet or if it communicates with the server. Offset calibration we'll have to do later. The capacity of all the cells. Let's pop the battery out quickly and just take a look. I forgot what it is. $250 milliamp hours. How are they? Yeah, milliamp. Okay, so I got the right number, 250. Boy, this thing is running 300 milliamps right now for these 90 LEDs. Oh no, that's not the right one. Get out of here. Check out our new AI assistant. Hey, do you want AI to calculate your battery life? How about your actual life? Really? 46 minutes? This is only going to last 40 minutes with this many LEDs? Oh no, that's really bad. I'm going to have to dim it down quite a bit then. We're going to have to dim a dome. Let's take it like way down. That gives us like 200 milliamps on this one. Oh my God. We're going to have to choose, like, very conservatively choose the 200 will get us like an hour. Yeah, 1 hour and 15 minutes. Oh my God. How many years? 0 years, 0 months, 0 weeks, 0 days, 1 hour, 15 minutes, 55 burgers, 55. Okay, so that's abysmal. Well, we've already started the project, so there's no going back on that. I think the only way that I could potentially fit more power into this thing is by having either a round cell or somehow getting up into this front section of this thing, or reprint this so that it's square in the front, and then I could fit a whole ass battery in it. We're going to continue on though. Yeah, Dimmadome. Doug Dimmadome. Owner of the Dimsdale whatever. I don't remember exactly how that went. That is a meme that's beyond my time. Okay, yeah, we're still going forward with this. We're still going to put it together. We still got to do more of the breadboard stuff. We need to do the power button stuff and configure everybody to be happy with it. So, pin for measurement is pin 3. Battery check interval is going to be 30 seconds, not what I put down. Minimum battery voltage in volts. Default is 2.6. Default is 4.2. We're going to keep the defaults in there. Don't know the offset. Enable auto off. We're not touching that. Oh, enable true, false to disable. I'm going to leave it alone to whatever the auto is. When the threshold is reached, power turns off. We're not going to deal with that yet, but that is something that we're going to need to do, is have it turn off the device, have it turn off the LED strip when we get to low battery. For this duration, configure the preset as played. I don't know about that one. Okay, so there's that. Sensors to MQTT, no. PIR sensor, no. BME, no. Real-time clock, RGB rotary encoder, PWM fan, PWM outputs. ADS 1115, 7-segment display, 7-segment display reloaded. What? 7-segment display, part 3. SN photoresistor, very tempting to put a photoresistor on there so that if there's more light present, we can have the lights be brighter, and then if it's late at night, it can dim down the lights a bit. But I don't think we're going to do that. Internal temperature, no. Supports various ITC sensor, no. Sort. Provides data about modes and palettes to other user mods. Huh? Currently might be broken for wLED 0.16. Mode sort. Provides data about modes and palette to other user mods. What? Huh. Sensors, hand gestures, AHT, read from LD, movement sensor, no. Stairway wipe basic. I love that there's multiple people, there's so many people out there with wLED powering their stairway. There's stairwave. Yeah, a bit of a stairwave. There's so many people out there that are powering their stairway with wLED stuff that they have a user mod plugin for it. I think that's great. Read from an LDL, turn off and off. Oh, turn on and off specific presets. That's kind of neat. HTTP poll, no. POV display, what? Deep sleep, yes, we want deep sleep. So in deep sleep, define the pin used for wake up. And the list of usable is 0 through 5 for this microcontroller. And so the pin that we want for wake up is A0D0 GPIO2. A stair. Wait, is that? That didn't come through. GPIO2. What the? I have multiple windows. Multiple active windows. Oh, because this is in Chrome. This one's Firefox. We need to be in Chrome, which is this one. Chrome is the one that will enable us to actually program the external device, which is unfortunate that Firefox doesn't allow that. It's a 7TV emote. I thought I enabled those. Yeah, that should come through. I revisited those settings recently. Define number of seconds after which wake up happens automatically. Sooner if button is pressed. 0 equals never. Accuracy is about 2%. I don't understand that. Number of seconds after which a wake up happens automatically. Oh, so that's if, yeah. 7TV is better than BTTV. I think you skipped that one. I think I was overwhelmed by the amount of TV things. The BTTV, 7TV, Justin TV. What was the other one? Franker Face Z. We have FFZs. I think I don't have 7TV. Define delay between power off and sleep. No, we're just going to have it immediately go to sleep. If defined wakes up when pin goes high, default is low. We want that. If defined internal pull up or pull down is enabled in deep sleep, we are defaulting to disabled. And I think that's all of our settings. I think we got it. So we need to have this thing compile all of this software. This will compile it, I guess, remotely. Man, in the heyday of this tool, I wonder who's paying for that server to do that. Probably not all that computationally complicated, but it's still like a thing that your website is doing. It certainly doesn't offload it onto me. I can't use Twitch without 7TV anymore. It's a tool set that does way more than emotes. Interesting. Yeah, BTTV, I have doing a lot of that stuff. A lot, because those tools do a lot of the same stuff. I know people are very transformative about what they do. You know, they move their chats elsewhere and they have alerts and things like that. Like you could type copper into chat and he'll show up. Any more of these things? I think that's it. I think that's all the functionality. What we're going to do is define a preset that the buttons are going to be able to hit. That's how the button thing works. So the button thing can allow us to turn on and off this thing and put it into deep sleep. So we'll have the button press, like a short press can change the lighting mode, and we can have the long press go into deep sleep with a short press turning it back on. Have you tried FFZ? I think it's better than BTTV, but I've never tried 7TV besides having the plugin for emotes. I think I'm using FFZ. Franker Face Z. I think I have that running. I use FFZ. It does all the emotes from the others. And I think, yeah, you know what? I think it's FFZ where I enable the external emotes. I don't know. That stuff got all complicated. Which one do I have? Chat settings. Let's see. No, we're running BTTV. Okay. At one point, I installed both FFZ and BTTV separately without going into FFZ in order to enable the individual, like enable emotes from other platforms. And then it like doubled emotes for some reason. It was havoc. Oh, look, this is crashed again. Why? Hit reload. Is the short lurker chat going to show up? No. What the? Oh my god. So, because short lurker said 7TV. Yeah, he said this stuff. No, wait, that's also. All right, we're clearing the chat cache in OBS. I'm glad I made the button for that because I would never remember what buttons to hit in order to get all the way back to there. That's going to have to populate with chats. I don't know why my computer seems to like be acting like it's starved for resources. Anyway, let's get this thing compiling. Oh, we're not going to mess with that. Start compile / build. You compile on a public server. Oh my god. Start. You put your Wi-Fi information into the thing. You plugged it into the phone line, Dade. So, yeah, like I said, my Wi-Fi is an internet, so I'm behind 7 firewalls. This particular lighting pattern is using up a lot of resources. It uses up a lot of milliamps. So I don't think this one's going to make it to the final cut. We can evaluate these based on milliamps with this setup, though, because I've got the power supply running it. Not a whole lot of detail on the decimal places there. I wonder if it's probably a configuration thing in the power supply. Da, 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 da. I also use 7 TV to display latency to broadcaster on every page next to the uptime. It helps me keep track of when I need to refresh. Cellular internet and lag spikes add up. Yeah. Yeah, and then the broadcast actually tries to resync you. It'll make the video play just a little tiny bit faster and slower. But it doesn't really, I don't know. It's a thing. It's a thing they do. Hitting refresh really helps a lot, though. What really kills me is when we are low latency because chat is reacting to stuff that happened like days ago. Some of y'all have some pretty latent internet. This thing simply takes a lot of time. That's just how it works. Let's do frame. Oh, wait, no, the wrong one. There we go. Yeah, see, that's not updating now. I'm getting so annoyed. Well, maybe if I close Fusion. Fusion's probably shouldn't be open right now. Fusion probably isn't a good idea to have open. PETG was the perfect material for this thing, by the way. Where is this thing even going? I guess just personal projects, but it's not really a personal project. It doesn't garner its own folder. We're not doing anything with 3D printed, large 3D printed solids. I mean, I could take this and make that into something that we put a battery into. My response on Twitch is slower since I don't even watch on Twitch anymore to avoid ads. Good on, it's a smart move. I don't understand the people that think that you're stealing from them if you don't look at ads, because every possible flat surface is being taken up by advertising space these days, and it is an exercise in saving yourself mentally to disable all of those things. So it kind of it's confusing to me that people would find that to be offensive. I guess we'll just make another folder in here. New folder. LED pervert collar. No, dog collar. All right, this one, we're going to save that as enclosure. We were just getting the measurements of stuff down. Back plate. Okay, so now I can actually close this program and my computer will be like, and it'll finally breathe air once again. Wall clip layout. Yeah, we designed this big manifold and I haven't been able to do anything with printing it yet. I put some pictures in the Discord of this stuff if anybody wants to play around with the arrangement. I don't know what I need to, I need to figure out how to fit everyone, and I want all of these tubes to be lower in the system. It would be nice if the reservoir and this thing could coexist. Running the tubes is going to be kind of weird. And I really should get this project done. I'm kind of getting sick of the other computer operating in the way that it is, where it constantly loads. It constantly gets little bits of air in it. I have a chronic allergy to advertising. Yeah, seriously. I would have better internet if the city didn't want $10,000. Oh my God, to let the ISP trench fiber across the detention pond to my house. Interesting. I would love to get fiber directly to the house. We have the upgraded or modern FiOS. I'm gonna cache chat again and maybe it'll come back. Yeah, we've got that sort of like decent FiOS. We don't get amazing speeds here. Good enough for me to stream, obviously, but you don't need much. Oh, chat paused due to scroll. Maybe that did it. Yeah, it did. That's what it was. They put a moat around your house. Yeah, we got alligators. This window was chat paused due to scroll. And that made it so that Twitch chat wasn't showing up. That is obnoxious. Man, this thing is still going. It's going to take a little bit. Configuring this should be interesting. Yeah, single color chase is a pretty good one for the dog collar. Although I really like the ones that sparkle. Oh, is this one actually? So this actually respond. Now that we're giving the microphone 3 volts, it's actually got a better dynamic range, because we haven't really adjusted the dynamic range because we don't know what it's going to be. That microphone's going to be inside of this little plastic box, so we need to see like what a dog bark, etc. will do. So this LED chase is technically supposed to be coming from the middle of your LED strip and going out to the sides, but our LED strip is a loop, so it's actually coming from here. So in the configuration, we can reconfigure the constellation of LEDs, I think, in order to make it use this back and forth. But it does have, it makes some pretty interesting unintentional effects. Frequency matrix. It's like the Matrix, but audio frequency stuff. I guess it goes from red to brighter depending on... maybe not. I don't know. That's a weird one. I can see the fiber node across the empty field that fills with water when there's too much rain or the storm drains to handle. Get one of those conduits and just... I mean, if the thing fills up with water, the conduit will eventually go under the surface, right? Just walk on it whenever you cross, especially after there's been enough water on it. I'm not responsible enough. This neighborhood has a reservoir, and some of the houses are... There's a house that's across the street, and I've really looked. I could run a hose from the basement of the house, and I could loop it over to the storm drain, go under the road, and then out into the pond, where I could either put like a glycol loop or whatever, or just suck up pond water and use that to cool servers. I could have my entire Bitcoin mining operation making that pond so that there's a little bit of steam coming off of it. It would be a kind of soup. Apparently the pond had a bunch of algae problems on it though, with it, in it, around it. But nobody would know. I would have the little hose that goes out into the pond that I could pipe my own clean water through and use it to cool all of my... I would be doing a Linus Tech Tips style project. What the heck is this one? Test 1, 2. This one's just a weird... This is how Super Algae Man got his powers. Wouldn't that be funny though? It's like, why is this reservoir warm? This doesn't make any sense. And I'd be there Bitcoin mining. Hey, don't touch that. Yeah, these need like a little reconfiguration to make good sense, but there should be some very interesting visuals out of this. When I'm done this test, I don't know if we're gonna finish this today. When I'm done putting all this stuff in here and we get the power button to work and we get the microphone works, we get the power button to get it into the deep sleep mode, then I can pretty much button up the electronics. So I'll take one of these boards and a new Studio Zhao and I'll put it into this, and then we can hook this up and shrink wrap it and everything. There are companies that specialize in heat exchangers for ponds. What? Hold on a minute. The other way I was thinking about is that in order to aerate the reservoir, they have a fountain in the middle of it. And so during the summers, they're running this fountain just to make sure that the pond stays aerated and we don't get like deadly algae in that body of water. And so just hooking up to that pump and line, there's a little control box that I swear has all the pump stuff in it. I could just tee it off and steal. Oh, look at that. Yeah, now we're talking. The Chill X5. Chill X5. It's got its own little submersible pump. We could build that. Come on. We could build that. It's a hiding place for fish. That's what it is. That would be hilarious. What's your computer cooler look like? Looks like that. You would want to do 2 loops because you don't want to, you need another heat exchanger in there because you definitely do not want the pond to siphon into your basement. This is more what I was thinking, would be just like a bunch of PVC pipe that I'd throw in there. God, that's crazy. So people have already thought about how they can get AI to, oh, these are, I have one of these. These are for brewing. Stainless steel loops. Yeah, see, like this. You just kind of just throw the shit out there. Those are for cooling entire buildings. Oh my God. Geothermal. Yeah, there you go. Use the geothermal in order to power the, oh my God, that's disgusting looking. Yeah, see, this would be like, this is kind of the idea that I had, which would be to just buy a bunch of that semi-flexible PVC and just throw it in there. No one would know because the silt of the pond would then swallow it. And you'd be using that sort of layer of loose silt on the bottom of the pond in order to provide you with computer cooling. You wouldn't even have to, well, if you were doing it just for computers, this is what I think about all day because I'm such a nerd. I don't know if you guys probably are very similar, but I just think about this stuff like when I'm taking Willow for a walk. Like, I would basically float something like that out and then just sink it, and nobody would know. Nobody would know. And you could very slowly pump like ethylene glycol or water or whatever. Very slowly pump through that. That won't freeze in the winter because it's down at the bottom of the pond. And so you just very slowly, you just pump a little bit of water through there, and then you have a heat exchanger for all of your computer stuff. It'd be awesome. Black polyethylene pipe. I don't know what I'm talking about, okay? I have no idea. I don't know what pipes are made out of. Friggin' pipes. Actually, yeah, I could do the entire heating and cooling of my entire house using something like that. That would be hilarious. Oh yeah, I got very small heating and electric bills. Actually, the electric bill would probably be pretty bad, but yeah, if you could dump... Well, wait a minute, it's quiet. It's really quiet in here. Is your AC running? Oh yeah, there's just no fan. That'd be so awesome. I don't know how you do heating with that. I'm only saying it so you can find the right stuff. Oh my God. If the people who are on the reservoir adjacent house die, I'm encouraging this. If they die, I could install a pretend one of those outdoor junction boxes that we have here that would look exactly like it's the neighborhood's normal thing, and then get a trencher, run some wires. That'd be so funny. That'd be so awesome. Yeah, I live next to a giant heat sink. Is this thing compiled yet? It had better be compiled. We've been here for like an hour. Oh my God. Oh, I guess I'm supposed to keep this. Good. That's a concern. Oh, completed. Okay. The concern is, you guys saw that Chrome was parking pages, right? And so my chats weren't updating and stuff like that. I don't want this one to get parked while it's doing its thing. What? No, I don't want to do that. Oh yeah, power supply off, and then I need to plug the USB in. How do I go back? Oh no, it's taken me to the... Oh, I see. It'll do that when I click install. Okay, install wLED, and we're doing it on COM 7. Install wLED. Bonk. Do you want to install? Yes, install. All right, no, don't touch nothing. I'd rent a horizontal boring machine and drill from the garage to the pond. That'd be so funny. No, you could do it from the basement wall. The only problem is it would be such a siphoning disaster. Yeah, I emptied the pond into my house. I guess if you're going from that house, from the basement, you could potentially go diagonal because it's a little bit downhill. You secretly run your cooling loops out into the pond, and hopefully their entry point is low enough so that nobody can really see it. And it just looks like infrastructure. So change Wi-Fi logs and consoles. It should have the correct Wi-Fi. It should be able to get back up on the Wi-Fi. The settings inside of the thing are different. I don't know if what IP address it has. So, I mean, we could look at the logs and console and reset the device. Mode, DIO, clock, div 1. Why the idea like go red? Fananon subbing with a tier 3. One of these days, I'm going to figure out, and maybe it'll be with wLED, but have the different tier subs like do different things. I think it would be kind of keen if I put a couple of those LED strips, the LPD 8806 strips, maybe just across this section here, so that when we get like a tier 3 sub, crazy stuff can actually happen. Why did my machine logged a little bit? Yeah, so there's one house that's not across the road from the pond. They have just like a yard that slopes downwards. That would be perfect, is just to go diagonally down with a boring machine. With one hole, you would have the send and return on the same thing. Terminal disconnected, network error, the device has been lost. This is this thing that this does to me. I'm going to unplug it, and then we'll turn it on battery power. We don't know what the IP address is, so theoretically it would reconnect to this, which is 164, but it went from 163 to 64. Error preset not found. So let's go to 165. Thank you, Google Lens. Please never ever participate again. 165. Oh no. So we've got like an IP address that we need to find. And my Asus router page does not like to give me new Wi-Fi devices. You just rent a Ditch Witch? Oh my god. Yeah, this is like, you know, taking Willow for a walk. We pass by the reservoir at the bottom of the neighborhood. And I'm just thinking about this stuff. Man, the person who lives in this house could have a whole ding-dang server rack. All right, so let's try to figure out what the Wi-Fi is on this thing. I don't know if the device is powering itself on and off either. It doesn't really tell me anything. And the connection to what was it? The debug connection said it like network timed out. But I gave it all the right Wi-Fi information. I mean, maybe I can go back to this page, the Chrome page, and see what Wi-Fi is configured in here. Where's the Chrome page? It's the Chrome browser, Chrome page. Oh, apparently all of these are Chrome. I didn't know that. It's very confusing to have. Okay, so if I plug this in again. Maybe I need to turn off the power supply when I do that. COM port. I don't want to reload this page. Come on. All right, I'm going to unplug, give it a second, plug it back in. I always do things slightly out of order for this stuff, and it always bites me in the butt. Original air cookie, main branch. Options. Oh, we might not have given it network credentials. Oh, no, we did. That's these. So that should work. That should get it onto the thing, onto my network. The COM port stuff is no longer opening, which means I'm going to have to. Oh, that's sorry. Memory being really that bad is that I read and understood. Maybe not understood, but I read a minute ago that you have to click install for the COM port stuff to come up. And then I see this little button next to the COM port and nothing's happening. And I forget at that very moment that in fact I should be coming down here and clicking install first, and then you can see what the devices are. So this didn't come up on the COM ports. Try plugging it in for a 15th time. Plugged in. There we go. Okay. Connect. Wi-Fi. Network name. Glorious PC MR. DEADBEF. All lowercase. Connect. Device is connected to the, okay, visit device. 164. Okay, we're back. Preset not found. What? Okay, so now we got to go into the configuration. We got to give it all of its preference stuff. So in LED preferences, maximum PSU current. I'm not looking at that. WS28X. Yes, it is. Milliamp per LED. I have no idea. Leave the default. Length is 92. We have 92 LEDs going into a dog collar. Can you believe it? Where's this one? I gotta do some Stream Deck time. I gotta fix a lot of the Stream Deck stuff, automation stuff that I have, so that I can actually do things like enable and disable these windows that I've made on screen. Having a bad memory just means you get to watch your favorite show for the first time over and over again. I have too good of a memory for that kind of stuff. Data GPIO is the one in the corner. We have that all written down in MS Paint, as is typical. That would be pin number 8 and IO number 8. Skip first LEDs, no. Off refresh, no. LED memory usage, don't care. We don't really need to hit any of this other stuff. This is all the stuff for the LEDs. Okay, save. And that should then light up. Save. Save. Back. Oh, it's thinking. Oh, he's thinking. What are you thinking about, bud? Oh, please. This is, so is it, why is it reconnecting like this? We had it working perfectly before. The wLED plugin for Stream Deck will let you change the dog collar's function easily. Well, we're not quite around the dog. Here, I'm gonna unplug and we'll turn on the power supply this time. Maybe that'll get it back up. I can see it's 130 milliamps on startup. That's way higher than it should be. Idling, it should be way less current draw. Try reloading this. There we go. Okay, so user mods, audio reactive, generic I2S, SD is 6, so it's 6.5, 6.5, 21, and then unused, because we don't need an RL clock for a singular microphone. What are we drawing? Okay, now we're drawing 40 milliamps now that it's established itself on the Wi-Fi and everything. So that's that. We're leaving it where it is, all the default settings. Autosave we have enabled. Autosave after 15 seconds. Auto apply on boot. Battery supposedly we have running. I still vote the dog collar needs to be synced to a milk drop stream on camera at least once. That's for another day, and apparently that's easy to do. You can publish pixels to something. I don't think wLED, I don't think uses ArtNet. I don't think you're publishing pixels to ArtNet, but I can publish the pixels of something to a thing that wLED can pick up on. Auto off at 10%. I don't know what that'll mean. Indicator enabled, preset 0, threshold 0, and the double C. So deep sleep is enabled, GPIO is 2, wake when high, pull up down disabled when we sleep, wake after never, delay sleep 1 second, 0 is sleep at power up. You can do it over Wi-Fi. Yeah, there's a lot of possibilities. I want to get the baseline hardware done first. We really need to do baseline. Oh, audio reactive was disabled, so we enable it. Add palettes. So that should be the entire configuration setup. Save that. Now, I think I need to point the button at something. Did it kill my save? This autosave thing that I installed? That might have done something. That or we're having Wi-Fi issues, but we're still drawing the same amount of current. I don't know why this has become so unstable. I'm gonna have to redo that stuff, aren't I? Easiest way to connect wLED to Twitch is to enable MQTT inside wLED and use something in Node-RED. Yeah, that's what essentially I would be doing to do internal syncing and subscriptions and stuff like that. Very easy to do. Open a command window and ping it with a T. I don't have it connected to USB right now. It's not connected to USB, and the power input is going into the battery pins. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't do that. Turn it off. Turn it back on. It's going to reconnect to Wi-Fi. I don't know why it's resetting like this. We had this problem with it before, but we weren't having the problem. There, see, now we're back. But we're not outputting. It didn't save anything. Wait a minute. Something is broken with my saving. I'm going to guess that it's this user mod. So let's go back to LED preferences, and let me hit 92 LEDs from pin 8. Hit save, and hopefully everything doesn't break at that moment. That's still breaking. It does not like when I hit save. And then crashes. All I wanted to do was whatever preset it was on would come up when you start the thing up again. But it seems as though maybe including the autosave user mod has destabilized the ability for this thing to save its own settings. So if I reprogram this thing, I don't know if we need a factory reset. And then we open up a serial console. Putting USB back in and looking at the logs here. And so nothing's happening right now because it is supposedly just sitting on the network. So if I hit reload on this, it'll immediately load up the web page. I said it'll immediately. Oh, there it goes. But the configuration didn't stick. Oh, we've already crashed out. Terminal disconnected, network error, the device has been lost. What? Huh. All right, let's get rid of the autosave then and see if that fixes it. Two-pin LED buses from 1 to 4. No, we don't need any of that stuff. Options. I have it disabling MQTT and some other weird things that I don't need for now. we'll set that by default. That way we'll at least get LEDs to start, you know, popping off. The button pin is pin for button. It's the top pin, D0, right? D0, but it's GPIO 2. Four for 32. No. I don't know if that's exactly what I need to be doing. Infrared pin would be neat too, because I do have an LED strip remote. So I could take that out on a walk and change Willow's parameters without getting near her. Max number of user mods. Wait, why is it? No, 6. I can only do 6 user mods? All right, and this is all of the right credentials, yes. Okay, select user mods, and we're going to get autosave off of this. The rest of these are non-negotiable. Audio, battery, and deep sleep. Default is equal to 1. Okay, so that should be all that I need from this. This is going to take another calendar year to compile. And I got to keep this page open while we compile. So anyway, pond coolers. It's such a niche. It's so interesting. It's just because this neighborhood has like a big reservoir at the bottom of the neighborhood, and some of the houses are kind of close to it. So my engineer brain always thinks, what would I do if I lived right next to this big gross bacteria farm? And that would be to turn it into bacteria soup by heating it with a computer. Hey, how's your computer running? Have you reached heat soak yet? No, it's been running for 2 years. I've never heard of heat soak. Hopefully this works, because these are the bare minimum number of features that I want for this thing. We want it to be audio reactive. We want it to have battery status indicators. And we want it to run off the battery. I mean, this will run off the battery anyway, just because of it's a physical battery monitor thingy. Pin 2, we actually should do the 100 kilo ohm. Oh, you know what it might have been? We don't have the resistor on here for the battery monitor. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, that's what it was. It was saying, oh, there's not enough power. I'm going to shut off. Oh man, we are dumb. Chad, I blame you for that. That is your fault. You guys did this to me, and I will never forgive you. I will never forgive you. We could probably have turned back on autosave, although it did seem like it froze up every single time I tried to hit save. So maybe we keep autosave off for now, and I can play with that later. You guys did this to me. I can't believe it. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. No, it wasn't Pebcac. It was you guys. Maybe between your keyboards and chairs. Ah! All right, so let's go to this pin with a lay resistor. And then I need to jump from pin 2 all the way to there, which I guess I'm going to do with a blue wire using this kit. Ah. That's what that tool's for? Yeah, it's awesome. It lets you measure the distance between elements on a prototyping board and then bend the leads to be that length. It's a really awesome tool that is $50 in US currency in 2025. And it's just a piece of plastic. You can get stuff that's very, very similar. Very similar. Off of like Thingiverse, if you have a 3D printer, and you can just 3D print that kind of stuff. I have like Rocky music stuck in my head, and I don't even know Rocky music that well. It's just the orchestral stuff. Okay, that is a silly wire that I've just installed. That's going to be our battery monitor. It's possible that the battery monitoring stuff was snapping into action and powering down the device because we didn't have anything connected to that pin. Now we do. We have it connected exactly how they say it should be connected. I wonder if that was the problem all along and I just wasn't hitting save in time. And the autosave function could potentially... I mean, I'll have to make a playlist where the default mode comes up, but I would rather it be smart enough to come back to whatever I set it to. Oh, man. I had like a 16th of a supermarket roast beef sandwich for lunch. And I think it was too much food. It was a normal-sized lunch. I got to start getting used to that again. Eating like a normal human being. This would be super easy to modify and print. Creality Cloud, hole measuring tool, Fermenta di Medagio. I defer. What the fuck is this link? Okay, hold on. What the hell have you linked me to? What in the Sam hit? Oh, that looks like a good one. Why is Twitch not? Oh my god. So that one just has the holes there. See, the thing that makes this one good, what does this one do? Yeah, this is very close to it. Very, very close. Okay, very close. But specifically, this one, what I really like about it is that these are the distance of the wire down through the perforated prototyping board. So all the way down there. The share button copied all the extra info. Yeah, it's like your search terms and stuff. But yeah, this length is important to get on the end of the leads. And then you want this face to be even with the pointy bit on the other side. So this face lines up to the pointy bit. And you could definitely make this thing on a 3D printer. Instead of having like 3 dimensions to this anvil part, you would flatten this or have it screw on to the top piece. And then this you could print flat down on the board and have the pokey bit poke up just as much as this. So this would be flat for the printer, and you print vertically, and then that would give you a little hole where you could put a screw through there, and that, because it's important to lock this down when you're working with it. And yeah, you could basically just get all of these different shapes out of that. It would be a very easy thing to even just make yourself. You could just make these shapes in a CAD program very easily. Pokey bit is a technical term, yes. What I would do if I were building this, I don't know, you could do like lure lock and then you actually use syringe tips on these dulled syringe tips on it. That would be kind of cool. Or you could just find some kind of a pokey thing that's like metal and screws in. Although that offset there would be, you'd have to counter for that offset on the outer face of this thing. And you want it to be a minimal amount of thickness on it, because sometimes you want to just bend the leads right at the component. Oh, fuck you. Of course I would. I'd make stuff like this all the time. What do you mean, would it ever see the light of day? Go fuck yourself. I finish projects. Dick. Interrupted timeout. Oh, come on. All right, now I gotta wait again. Maybe I'll open up Fusion and make another one. I do need to like make some kind of a replacement for this thing because that one tong is just broken off. It's not totally important that they're this sharp, but I don't know. It's not enough time in the day for me to go on a quest to build a replacement for this tool. But it is a very cool tool, and if you just take the basic principles of it, you can easily make something that you can print on the printer. There are a couple of them in Thingiverse. I also have too many windows open. This computer is just like not happy with me today. All right, we need to keep this page focused, so I'm just gonna like sit here. Why won't you get the reactive pre-build bin from releases on GitHub? Because we're also putting the deep sleep stuff in there. I don't think that pre-build, we're using an ESP. a Seed Studio Zhao ESP32C3 because it has battery capabilities. And then I'm adding to that, in order to utilize the battery capabilities properly, deep sleep mode. It needs to go into deep sleep because the device is essentially always on. We only get an hour of battery time with some of the presets. So we need to have it so that I hit the button, it powers up, does all the light show stuff, and then I can hit the button again, it'll power down without me worrying about this thing totally discharging the battery and bursting into flames. So we're using a build that we need to make. And so I'm adding reactive to it. I'm adding deep sleep, and I'm adding something else. I forget what it was. Button stuff is built in. Yeah. The deep sleep user mod is one that only is on GitHub. I've tried Googling it and I wasn't able to find it anywhere, but this tool has it, luckily. And the what was it called? My brain. ESP32 can do some really deep sleeping. It uses very little current when it's asleep. So it should be pretty cool. We have to wait here for so long. I'm afraid we'll never see the end of this. Component wiring bend tool. Some of them get really close. Are they the same? Are they? I don't know if this is going to kill our build. Opening up a new. There we go. That is pretty much a carbon copy. That is I should definitely build this. Because yeah, this has like sunken in metal. Though it's good that those are strong, because as you can see on mine, they're broken. I'm gonna leave that up. I might have to print one of those. All right, did we disturb it? No, it's still going. Okay. What's up, Walrus? Yeah, that one was perfect. That link in chat, if you guys want one of these things, print your own, or get your buddy to print your own, because you don't need the graduated measurements. I don't ever use this stuff over here, some kind of a bending form. It does do a lot. This does a lot of weird stuff using all of these different forms, but what I primarily, oh, thank you. Yeah. What I primarily use it for is just positioning it on components and then bending the leads at a right angle. That's all I do with it. But I do that with it a lot. I use this thing a lot. It's a very useful tool. And if I were bending my own like jumpers, like if I had just a reel of solid core, I would still be using this. Like, so yeah, I might actually have to print one of these for myself too. And then I can not advertise for Pace, who holds on to their patent so hard that they have to charge $55 for one of these things. Man, Sherlock found the exact right thing. Bum, 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 bum. Come on, man. Like, you're killing my content. My content is boring. No. Please finish. We don't get a status bar. We don't get nothing. We just get the shwoopity hoopity thing. And it says, hey, maybe like 10 minutes? I don't know. Tool's called the Pace 6016-0003 ComForm 1 Component Forming and Lead Bending Tool. ESD safe, because it's all plastic. It's all plastic. Yeah, and so the link from Shortlurker is basically the core operating principle of the thing, but the pointy bits are not made out of plastic, they are made out of metal. So they will not break as soon as they see something that slightly perturbs them. Very, very cool. I will have to be printing one for myself. I don't know, where do they get those pins from? I don't want to go over to the page because it might scare Chrome. You're scaring Chrome. It might scare Chrome into parking the memory for this. Interrupted timeout. We have to sit on this page until it's done compiling. Yeah, but there would be a particular size of nail. And were they going into like threaded inserts? Oh, the pins are sharpened M2 bolts. Ah, that's neat. Screwed into the heat set inserts. That's cool. Yeah, that's a good one. I may work on that. I may work on that. There's something in particular about the shape of these, though, is that where the centers on larger holes, because they keep you tuned into this surface. You see how it's kind of it's tilting inwards. So as this hole tapers out, it stays so that the edge of the hole is this edge. That's kind of important, and you may want to, I don't know, put in like an M6 bolt and shape it accordingly from there. Because that's sort of another unique thing about this tool is as you taper out to larger hole sizes, the inner surface of that hole is kept in alignment with the bending form. It's a bird. But yeah, that's when you shape your bolts, that's something to keep in mind. Although you really shouldn't be using this thing for like the largest sizes of, because if you try to bend your wire over it, it'll probably break the plastic. That's right, I'm still on this page. Please to working. Please working. I don't think it compiles it locally. Maybe it does. It takes so long. Actually, wLED, oh no, we had, for some reason, none of the settings were saving. And it might have been because the device was powering down, which means that this is unconfigured right now. And maybe I could get into it with Wi-Fi. If this fails again, I'm going to try getting into it with Wi-Fi and see if we can configure any of those settings. Verify that user mod is what's messing us up. To be fair, I think we can disable the user mod with command lines. We can uninstall it with command lines. Is that maybe that might not be it? That might not be possible. We can enable and disable it in the settings, but it wouldn't save settings because it kept saying, "Oh no, the battery's dead," and then powering down because I forgot. I'm dumb. Oh boy, this is so much fun. Please either fail or compile. Release me from this. If I click out of this web page, it'll fail. Because my computer seems to think that I'm using all of my RAM, which I'm likely to be doing. Job is being executed. That or something about this page crashed in my continually clicking things that I wasn't supposed to click. So it might be that I need to reload this. Please come back. Well, I may have to figure this out on my own, and in which case I'll have to test it on my own and potentially get it working, and then pack it up. Maybe I can pack it up with you guys on Tuesday. We can get packing, and then we will be able to work with the presets in order to make the blinking lights. I want to do the actual physical project stuff with you, building this thing into a tiny little enclosure. So maybe I can figure out some of the timed out again. Figure out some of the FET stuff on my own, and then get back to you. That'll be a Sunday project for me without broadcasting. And I can report back to you guys what I've done. This thing, as the red light is on, so it's probably trying to charge the battery. Oh, that would mean that there's no voltage at the battery lead. Wait a minute, let's unplug this and let's turn on our 4 point whatever volts, 4.2, and see if this thing then gets on the network. It did, it just did. Wait a minute, LED and hardware setup, length is 92, GPIO is 8, and then we're gonna hit save, and our LEDs are on. That might have been, it might have been it. It might have been seeing the, oh no. It might have been seeing that there was no battery and then turning off. Oh man. Did user mods save? It didn't. So SD was, what pin? I forget everything. My brain does not work anymore. SD is pin 6. 6, 5, 21. Was that really 21? That's really 21? Squelch gain, don't worry about that. Autosave I have disabled for right now. Battery pin is, yeah, pin 3. Default, no calibration. Voltage multiplier, dunno. It's going through a 100 kilo ohm resistor though. Auto off, enabled at 10%. This is what killed us. This is what killed us. Okay, deep sleep, GPIO is pin 2, that's correct. Wake when high, yes. Pull up and down, disable, yes. Wake after blah, 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 save. So now what I've got is over here. What is that one? That's, I don't know what that one is. I think what we do is we add the preset in order to have it turn off. Yeah, right, it's not a brick. Yeah, we almost bricked it. There you go. See, now it's running stuff just fine. We need to configure the button, don't we? That's the user interface web setup. Or there was some other thing that I needed to... hold on, let's go back again. Because I think what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to add it as a preset. And you put in an API command, I think. Oh, that's battery level. Huh. So it's blinking with the battery level. I'm going to lower the voltage from 4.2. 3.7. It's only going to check once per minute, so we're at 3.4 volts. Let's see if it moves from this spot. Waiting to prank my dad. We need a full minute. And we were at 4.2. I feel like this is not showing us... All right. Oh, I have it on blink right now. Wait a minute. It looks like the preset will apply the battery level to the number of LEDs that are currently being illuminated. Huh. Color twinkles. But we're out here. It doesn't appear to be indicating the battery level dropping. It's possible that that's because I need another 100 kilo ohm on the battery lead to go to ground. So let's do that. Because they only showed one battery lead on the thing. Well, actually, if this power supply is putting 3.4 on that line, this should not be left. Let's just double check what that voltage is on that line just to see if I need something to drain out the extra power on there. You can, sometimes, and I don't think this is really the case here, you can have the voltage level doesn't alter because there's not enough current sucking out the additional volts that you've put onto that line. That's a sort of a rarer thing. It happens in analog electronics a lot, but let's just check. So from ground here to this guy. Now we got power supply voltage on it, 3.4, but still we're all the way over here for a battery level indicator. Why would that be? Because it should, I mean, technically it should fill up the entire thing. reload the preset. Huh, that's weird. All right, let's go back to 4.7 volts then. 4.2, rather. 4.2. What are the or what are the presets set to? User mods. Yeah, 3.3 to 4.2. I don't know if we need a voltage multiplier on there. Because if I did the 100, then it would be having the amounts of volts. So the voltage multiplier. Oh. Well, it's going through a 100K resistor, but yeah, I need a 100K resistor to ground, which means that there will be a quiescent current through those two resistors when the thing is powered off. I don't know if I want that, but that would mean the voltage multiplier would be 0, but this thing goes up to 3.3. So let's get that other resistor in here. Get that other resistor in here. I know you guys think I'm talking nonsense, but if you know electronics, you know what I'm saying. Know what I'm saying? Voltage dividers are when you have two resistors on a voltage line, and the two resistors are in parallel, and between the two resistors you get half of the voltage, because that's how it maths out. Electronics is a lot of math, and I try to ignore a lot of math during my day-to-day. But it always comes with, so it's like, you always come back to me. Father, you can't get away from math. And I'm like, no, I'll never. Okay, so now there's a voltage divider, and the divided by 2 should be more accurate. Although this is probably a maxed out voltage bar, because I don't know what their preset's doing. It's doing weird stuff. Type unknown. Oh, no, LiPo. Save. Back. I mean, I could I guess it needs a restart, so I might as well turn her off. Bonk. And turn it back on. Okay, and then if I go to this preset, it's still all the way up to here. And let's go down to 3.2. Well, actually above 3.2, because otherwise we'll initiate a shutdown. So 3.4. I know how voltage dividers work. Some people don't, and they come into my stream and they go, hey, Bother, when are you going to finish a project? And then I go, shut up. No, some people don't, and they come into the stream and they go, I don't know what you're saying, but I like how you say it, Magic Man. And, you know, it's not a hard thing for me to explain. So this preset is funky. It's for the battery level thing, but it's, I don't know what it's trying to tell me, because it doesn't appear to have the right number on it. Woo! Blurs. Are they? Oh yeah, is audio reaction working? I think it is. Let's just double check it with a preset DJ light. This preset I need to get out of. What do I do here? How do I not do the preset? Because if I go over here, oh, you know what? Did LEDs go back to 30? 92, data port 8. If I restart the whole thing, it'll go back to displaying all of the LEDs. But for some reason, we got into some kind of a mode where it. Oh, did it turn off? Why did it turn off? Did it check 3.4 and decide to? Connection to light failed. At 3.5 volts, it decided that it was below 10%. Here's 4 volts. I guess I need to reset. I don't know which one of these resets. There we go. It totally reset itself. I cut my teeth troubleshooting analog temperature controlled electronics like this. That's Max Troll Selectra. What? Let me take a look at that. Oh man, so turn off below 10% is something that I might have to disable. Although turning off just the LEDs at 10% would be a better thing. What the those are cool. So it's like process control stuff. It's crazy. They look very boring. All right, so whatever this preset is should probably indicate to me some kind of a battery level, but I've had it on the fully charged battery and the fully discharged battery, and it seems to be treating them just about the same. There's a ×2 multiplier on the temperature level, or on the voltage level. So on this pin, if I've got the voltage divider here, I've got my VSS up here going into the positive and coming down here. The red wire takes us out to the microcontroller, and then this 100K goes to ground. So when the battery is off, these two 100Ks are going to discharge through each other, which I don't really like that. I may go to the 1 resistor model, but that 100 kilo ohm resistor would be like a current limiting resistor. The battery, with that differential change, I don't think the 100K would be totally blocking, but the Arduino is typically, or the microcontroller is typically high Z, so there's nothing bleeding that current out that I could potentially trust. I don't know. I don't know if I should do just the 100K. Unfortunately, this preset is not doing its due diligence and letting me see what the battery level is that I instigated. Right now we are at 4.07 volts and it's on blink, which is annoying. I don't know if the number of LEDs that are being illuminated there represent, well, looking inside of this thing, brightness under 28, transition 7, BS0, blah, 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 blah. FX1, 128, 32, true rev, false, good lord. Stop. What in the hell are those configurations? I do not know. I think that's supposed to be part of battery. We can look in the battery thing and see what it says. That's deep sleep. This one is Seed Studio information. Zhao and Fo. This would be... Oh no, that's just this tutorial that we were following. Don't need this. Node we're just leaving up. This one is not battery, this is just how to connect things to the Zhao. User mods, battery, wLED. Battery. Oh, so there's a whole info page. Wait a minute, let's look at the info page. Make sure that everything is connected properly. Where would I find that? Blah, 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 blah. Autosave is off. Battery is here. That's not where. Where do I find that page? Where do I find that page? Tell me right away. ESP32 board, connect the positive side of the 100K ohm, useful links, display battery voltage, features, installation. Make sure you know your battery specifications. How do I get here? Where's this? Yeah, because the battery mod seems to have like deleted all of my extra LEDs. Boring for real-time gas valve modulation on giant air handlers and pump temp control. Ooh. Air into structures and stadiums and spray booths. Old school manufacturing furnaces. That's crazy stuff. Is it not the info button along the top bar? Info? Oh! Battery level, 90. Hey, look at that. Okay. So info, that's cool. Okay, so it's in the info section. Boy, I'm not good, man. I'm not good. I'm not good at this stuff. So why did it this new thing over here deleted a bunch of my LEDs? And how do I undo it? I guess I might have to reset. Or just make like a normal preset. Because yeah, it like deleted a bunch of my stuff. Where are the pixels? I didn't set, no, see, it's set to 92 in the settings. I just checked it. It's just when I run this preset, it goes to 30 for some reason. And that's supposed to give me my battery level mod. Oh, the end of segment 0 is set to 30. Oh, 92. Oh, but I could make it 31. And now add a segment that would be the next one, and then it would... This would actually get to the end of it. This isn't saving. There, hit enter. There we go. So that's 92 is the full thing. And then if I wanted to, I could set it to 31. No. 51. No. Wait. 30. Wait a minute. 92 divided by 2. 46. Math. Math is important, kids. So this is supposedly the battery level. It is green. Even though that's not, green is not, it's not full. So it's not about the number of LEDs lighting up, it's about the color. If I click on it again, it... Well, the son of a... 50... Not 51, 46. (46 to 92). 0 to 30. 0 to... 46. Start 0 to 46. Segment 1, grouping 1, blah, blah, blah. And then all I have is a garbage can. Why is that one lit solid? I guess that's just what segment 1's doing. Segment 0, enable. Click on this again, try it again. And then that sets it back to 30. What? If I click on the preset, it'll set my LEDs back to 30. I guess it just wants 30 LEDs to display on, but lag stacked up, time for a refresh. Yeah, sorry, my brain's not braining no good. This thing overwrit. My wLED knowledge is handy. Yeah, I slept on wLED for a long time, and it really improved when I wasn't looking. This preset is for that many LEDs. There's a 30 in there somewhere, yeah. So that's using 40 LEDs to split up the voltage level. But I'm wondering, like, if I go to low power, it's not going to display like red. I'll have to figure out how this stuff works. It looks like I got to do a lot of reading about these things. I didn't think we'd get them running so easily. And we got them running really easily, so. Oh, see, 8266, ESP32 wants a 100 kilo ohm voltage divider, which we did. We did do that, so we have that. And we got all of our user mod options in there, that's fine. A word of warning. When you disable the wLED option to turn LEDs on after power up reset and delay sleep is set to 0, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, this is all the stuff that I got to be reading up on. Then I also have to learn how to add a preset for the button that puts it into deep sleep. So I got to read up a little bit on the deep sleep stuff. I don't think right now, oh no, but we didn't define the button in I defined that in the ones that I tried to compile. So we actually have to go back into the settings. Oh no, but I did. I went into the settings and I set the button. So what happens if I press the button? Let me set that again, just so we have all of our stuff back. And go to DJ Light or something. Okay. So what happens if I push the button? Nothing. I didn't configure the button to do anything. Hold down the button? Nothing. Okay. So currently I don't have the button. I don't have any actions on the button. Is that in config? LED preferences, 2D configuration, user interface, sync interface, time and macros. Is the button stuff in time and macros? I don't think so. Button actions, here we go. So currently I've got 4 buttons, but we only really have button 0. Should have button 0 given a pin. What else do we got? Yeah, sunrise and sunset and stuff. Cool. Analog button setup. Oops. Here we go. NetFX and toggle. T is equal to 2. So the toggle mode's 0, 1, and 2. So T is equal to 2. So let's just go and make, just for charts and gargles, let's go back and do make a preset. Don't use the current state. T is equal to 2. Call that toggle. Really, it's not going to let me. Wait, that went specifically for DJ Light. That's weird. Hold on. Apply boot. Arrive at time. That's what I thought I had to do. Hold on. Let's go back. I missed something. I missed something. Where was I? Where was I? I feel very lost and old. Yeah, it adds deep sleep to custom user mods in your platform thingy mig, and then you put these things in there and you can put them into a big deep sleep, and then you can get it back with the button. I just need to figure out how to use this damn stuff. So simplest macro example is getting the button. So it's not, well, preset, yeah, they just do that. They got 1 and 2, and then you assign it there. So you would have the macros, T is equal to 2, and I guess on toggle? So is that... What do you mean connection failed? Hey! Huh. I'm gonna have to learn the interface a little better. I don't know what precisely I'm doing here. And for some reason it just dropped everything. I don't know what happened there. Push the button. Yeah, I don't know why we dropped out. It's not like I changed anything. I didn't hit anything. Suddenly this thing is just like, you know what? Nah, I can't do anything. Why is that? What are you doing to me? All right, well, anyway, I'm gonna have to figure this out a little bit. We got light? Oh yes, we've got tons of cool looking lights that can come out of this thing. Here, if I just reset it. Maybe this will be able to find it now. Okay. What? It all works. Don't worry. It all works. This thing should be getting 4 volt. What is going on? I'm going to disable the battery save if I can get to it, which I can't. You have to use a plus preset button in the bottom right to add a new one and name it toggle. Oh, I have to use the plus one. Okay. That's what I thought, but it put it in as a modification of DJ light. It was like modifying another one. So I guess I have to specifically have to click the right thing. Father, did you know that in order to use this thing, you have to click the right thing? Really? Why would they do that to me? Don't they know who I am? Why do we lose the device? What happened? You're on a 37-second delay. Damn. that's intense. Well, listen, it's getting on in the hours, and I need this collar in order to walk the dog, unless there's still a little bit of sunlight, and there is only a little bit of sunlight left. So I need to go walk the dog before she's in danger by being out there. She's not really in that danger. I keep a flashlight, but I really want to use this collar soon. We're getting there. We're getting there. There's just been a little bit of a struggle today to get the features that I want into the device. We've got battery going in. We can measure. We can take a look at the battery level via the internal info page. We will need to make a preset that can display the battery. It'll be part of the playlist of stuff. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe I could get crazy with the macros and it could display that for the 1 second before it powers down, and you can see where your battery level is. That would be really useful, actually. I don't know if their preset does it by color. I would rather have it by color and amount of LEDs. So on the bar, the 1 foot long bar that represents the dog collar, if the bar is really short and red, that means that it's out of power. And if it's filled up, it'll be like one of those Duracells that kills your fingertips. So I think that would be really, really cool. And then I'd be able to see what the power draw at the end of a walk is, because this battery is going to be hard pressed to do its job. Push comes to shove, we could always 3D print a battery accommodating, a larger battery accommodating bobble for the end here. That would have a much larger. I could get rid of the little chamfers on the front, and then we could fill that entire thing with battery. Did you do the thing? Yeah, I mean, we got this mostly working. There's still little hiccups are happening right now, but I need to figure out some of the configuration stuff so that when we push the button, it goes into the deep sleep, and then I can see that current on the power supply. Right now, this thing is drawing 40 milliamps in its idle state without any LEDs going on. And 40 milliamps on a 250 milliamp hour battery, that's bad. That means that I would take the dog for a walk and casually, take the collar off of her afterwards, turn off the device, and if it's still drawing 40 milliamps, if I put it on my desk overnight, that thing's going to draw the rest of the battery out. So last time I worked with a collar, it wasn't for LEDs. Listen, I don't know what people will do with these. If I ever modify them for other people, you're welcome to press me to build you one of these for way too much money, and then wear it to do whatever you want. They're waterproof. It's okay. If I build it right, it'll be waterproof. And other things, and other, whatever. You come up with it on your own. It's fine. I don't judge. I don't. It's more power to you. Your pup won't enjoy my collars. Willow would look awesome if she had like a big spike collar. Come on. Anyway, I'm gonna go walk the dog because she is adorable, and she hasn't seen me all day. It's so funny. She misses me when I'm streaming. I come back upstairs and it's all butt wiggles and yeah, happy time. Celia, what are you gonna do? You're gonna bait me into talking about stuff that I probably shouldn't be talking about on stream, Things that, not typically associated with the channel. I did consider making the dog collar joke somewhere, planting it somewhere in here, but yeah. Anyway, it'll be waterproof, so whatever. Anyway, end card. I'm gonna be back on Tuesday. END. It's Dynamite. There's all that info, all that wonderful info. Oh, it doesn't show up when I flip to this one. You can go to a different stream if you really are not on the Discord already. You can also use the Discord command in the chat. Yeah, I'm gonna go touch grass and pet a puppy, and then we'll be back. And we're still working on this dog collar because it's got some stuff in it that I really want to like do and get to, and then we can have a definitive end. It'll just be audio reactive. It won't be accelerometer active. We can come back to it later and do that. See if there's enough pins for me to even, do that with an I2S system running. But we can really kind of, knock this one out of the park and really get it done. So we're going to do that, and then we'll work on Burn the Subs. I promise I will actually finish that project. Fatadon got directly... He came in here and he pushed the one button that really disturbs me, and that's the one that where I don't finish projects. But I finished a lot of stuff. The victory laps on some of these projects are hilariously short. Like with the dog collar, what am I going to do? I'm going to take one video of Willow running around in the thing. I'm going to continue to use it. Nobody else is going to see it. It'll be one quick, like 10-second video of her jumping around with her cool new dog collar on, and then that project goes away, and then people come into my stream and they see me working on stuff and they go, "You never finish projects, Bother. What's wrong with you?" So if you're wondering why I had such a strong response, that's it. I'll catch you guys later. Catch me on the Discord. I'm going to go touch grass and puppies and stuff like that. And then I will be back on Tuesday and we will continue work on this. I will have made some progress in the background. Until then, I'll find a MOSFET and do all that stuff. Yeah, cool. Yeah, cool. Just installed the bin from Elise on one of my C3 Super Mini, and it doesn't have the user mods you need. Yeah. So I don't think I'll have to recompile though, because this one's like stable now. I think it was just that we didn't have anything hooked up to the battery pin, and it thought it didn't have battery, so it was just shutting itself off. So this is totally stable right now, and I think autosave might work. What I want to have is a playlist of effects that I can hit the power button quickly, just a little tap, and it'll run through that playlist. And then I can maybe make double taps to check battery, and then long tap will turn the device off. Tapping it again will turn it back on. So long tap to turn it off. I could potentially wait 1 second and have long tap to turn it off also do the battery level indicator. So you'd long tap, you'd see the battery level, and then the device would turn off. It would go into deep sleep. But we got to work on that. It's not hard to do. I need to read some stuff. I'll catch you guys later.